What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Montages double seven for 122 out. That is barnstorming. Look at this from Ham. That is special. Ricardo Ham. Three trebles for double five. Another ton plus out. That's the 22nd of the week so far.
Gets the treble 11, and so it's double 14.
It's on the first leg, David Pallett.
Beaton has two match darts and he only needs one, and that is Group A wrapped up.
It's the business end of the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Welcome along to the very first session of Group C here in Portsmouth. We are live as ever on Pluto TV. Well, welcome along to the action. It's another busy sporting weekend that is ahead of us, where a lot of hopes and expectations spring eternal. And for the 6 players involved in this Group C today, that is very much the case. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is going to be watching every single dart from here on in. And this Group C, we were kind of having a look at it earlier. And usually you can make heads or tails as someone who might be a favourite, might not be a favourite. I think our honest assessment is we haven't really got an educated guess, have we?
No, I think that's fair. I think there's a lot of potential here for everybody who's in it. But we're going to analyse the numbers from the first 3 days of the week to see what possibly we could get from the 3 people who were in Group A. But maybe the strength comes from the people who haven't played this week yet. So many opportunities available because we're getting very close to Champions Week now. If you can find yourself a couple of really good weeks in your form, there's no telling what could happen.
Steve Beaton won Group A on Wednesday afternoon, and you look at the numbers and you look at the way he played, that was vintage stuff, wasn't it, for the Bronze Adonis?
Yeah, it was, because he averaged over 90 all 3 days. And when you're doing that, you're going to be there or thereabouts. And when the standard went up on Tuesday, because everybody played their best stuff in day 2, he just went to another level, averaging about 96 for the day, and that is an elite performance. So to see him win this group by 6 points, it's not necessarily a surprise, because Steve has been very sharp, he's been very active over the course of 2025, and he's probably more likely to get a weekly title now than at any point in this calendar year.
We'll see the defending champion, Jensen Walker, tonight as part of our Group B programme of fixtures, and we can have a look at how that bracket breaks down for you now. Steve Beaton, the first player through. We're going to see another former champion in Jim McEwen in action a little bit later on this evening. Jamie Atkins looking to get his first weekly win, as well as the World Youth finalist Julian van der Velde. Group C this afternoon sees Adam Smith-Neale, David Pallett and Richie Edwards return, with Lee Evers, Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes coming back from their Group A exploits. Let's begin by talking about Lee Evans, a player who, towards the end of his stint on the Pro Tour, was struggling with injury, took a little bit of time out, had an operation, beginning to play now pain-free. And I get the sense that this week, yes, of course he wants to get results, but that's not going to be the be-all and end-all in terms of how he assesses things.
No, I don't think so. If he's come here this week thinking, I'm going to win this, then fair play to him. But I think Lee's attitude is one of, I want to feel good when playing. I want to build towards the player that I want to be in the future. He's got plenty of time ahead of him. He's not even 40 years of age. So moving forward, he could be one of these players that finds his best stuff in his late 30s, early 40s, and can still do an awful lot in this game. But this week, it could well be the building block for what happens next.
Could we say exactly the same about David Pallett?
Yes, but in a slightly different sense. We know some of the struggles that Dave has had with his release. he's got an exceptional amount of talent. He's got a great amount of ingenuity with the game, which is one of the things that's carried him over the last decade or so. But I think deep down, he just wants to play well, feel comfortable. And if that happens, playing well is inevitable for Dave.
Let's have a look at the odds. And look, we said at the beginning of the programme, we probably have no idea, heads or tails, as to where anything is. Is it difficult to decipher what is value and what isn't value in this group?
I can understand why some people are where they are in this list. For instance, Johnny Barnes and Ricardo Ham, they finished towards the bottom of the averages and bottom of the table in Group A. Richie Edwards, we're not really sure where he's at right now, so they have to go with the likes of Evans and Smith-Neale based on reputation. But if you think about it logically, all 6 of these players can genuinely put their hand up and say, well, if I play well over the next 2 days, I can win this group. Never mind just get second place and into the Saturday.
It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Well, our first game features Johnny Barnes, who's looking to get his world in motion this week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You hated every single
I hate that saying.
It's going to be a long day.
I see what you're doing, but all right, you go.
5 hours, Nico. There's 5 hours of this. We haven't even got to the Tuxton teaser yet. Right, he's involved in our first game of the session. Let's hear from him now. Johnny, 3 days down in terms of your Group A campaign. How would you say the week's gone up to press?
Results-wise, obviously disappointing. I feel like I'm playing okay. Bit of a timing issue. People seem to be checking out on big numbers just as I'm on a double, but I guess that's darts for you. But yeah, I'm feeling okay, so looking forward to today.
New group, new opportunities for yourself?
Exactly. A couple of the nice lads out the other group. I mean, they're all good lads. So I know those 2 quite well. And then 3 new faces, so looking forward to it.
It's been about a year or so since we've seen you last time. What have you been doing darts-wise in the in-between time?
Yeah, I think I'm ADC number 1 now, or I was for a period. I guess that's a reward for just going to lots of stuff and playing more. And yeah, consistency-wise, that seems to have gone well. Super League, again, we won the County Durham Super League, our team, the Builders Arms. A bit of shout out to them lads. So yeah, it's been going well, but yeah, it's just a game of darts, isn't it?
Makes you do one of the ADC or potential for you to be back here at the end of the year for the Global Championship. Is that something that you're potentially eyeing up?
A bit of a target, yeah. Obviously, there's a bit to go there. I think it's the end of October when that's sort of decided. So yeah, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before then, I think.
Back to today, we saw you get to Saturday the last time you were here. How much would you like to do it for a second time?
I would do it. I'd love to. I think last time it's been a long week. Didn't really turn up on the Saturday night. So if I can get through, it's not going to be easy, obviously. But if I can get through, I hope to put a bit of a better show this time.
Go well. Wish you all the best, Johnny. Good luck.
Nice one. Thank you.
And Johnny Barnes will get his campaign underway with a match against Adam Smith-Neale, making his first appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the best part of 2.5 years. Has spent a couple of years on tour and now dropping off. He'll be looking to rebuild things here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Was actually on the receiving end of the first ever 9-darter in this building from Conor Heenahan, the 31-year-old from Nuneaton, making his second appearance in this competition here. Was a regular fixture back in the previous setup in Southampton, up against the 56-year-old from Darlington. Johnny Barnes made it through to the final the last time he was here, but that was the best part of 4 series ago, the beginning of Series 7. That was back in March of 2024. How things have changed between now and then. Owen Binks is the man in the middle, world-level official from Essex.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Puffing his cheeks
Game on.
ahead of a big day's worth of darts. 25 games he's going to preside over the course of today. And 25 games I've got the absolute pleasure of being sat next to the former Players champ, Paul Nicholson.
140.
Boy, he's starting well here. I don't think it should be forgotten as well that
100.
Smith-Neale is an exceptional dart player. We can't get away from the fact that he's had his troubles.
60.
But on the dartboard, he is very talented. And if I may say so, how is he only 31?
81.
He's been kicking around the circuit for about 13, 14 years.
43.
He's a world master in the WDF system.
100.
And in this first leg of the day, he is showing why he did win that trophy. 80 left after 12
Require 80.
is a very good start.
Well, he's kind of blocked that top star. Go look towards the
60.
left-hand side.
Johnny,
Drops
you
low.
require
Barnes back for
158.
158 for the break. Not to be on this particular occasion.
95. Adam, you
And
require
so Smith-Neale
20.
back free in hand at double 10.
15. Johnny, you
Neither
require
double
63.
cooperates, giving the Barnstormer a chance to steal this first leg.
23.
Just a little bit too far
Adam, you
north.
require 5.
So after all of the good scoring, it's about mopping up now.
3.
And scraps have been left on the
Johnny, you
floor.
require 40.
So Barnes tops.
No score.
That second dart was not a
Adam, you
guide.
require
You
2.
saw from that camera angle just how much it flattened out.
Game shot.
That was a guide,
leg.
and very well
Adam
used by
Smith-Neale.
the man known as the Big Dog.
There's a little bit of symmetry, as you mentioned. Adam Smith-Neale
Second is Johnny
won
to throw
Master
first.
back in
Game.
2018. He won the men's event, and Jurjen van der Velde won the boys' event
100.
that year. So a lot of correlation to that weekend at the Bridlington Spa. Lisa Ashton won the women's event, and many congratulations to her
100.
on her exploits in Blackpool at the weekend. And Bo Greaves won the girls' title. Beat Glenn Durrant 6-4 in the final,
70.
did Adam Smith-Neale to win that particular tournament.
He played really well in that final.
57.
I think there were a lot of people watching that final quite surprised at how well Adam played,
45.
including Glenn. But it was a proper game of darts. 10 sets of
80.
thoroughbred action. It was brilliant.
Well, Glenn Durrant in that final averaged 99.68. Smith-Neale 96.86. It was a high-quality affair.
Say no more than that. Sometimes the averages don't lie. That was a high-class game.
I tell you what, there was some proper ding-dongs as well
100.
in that tournament. It was actually the first BDO major tournament. I'm not going to get involved in that particular debate. In 28 years that wasn't
55.
televised because Eurosport
Adam,
didn't
you're
extend the contract.
164.
And it was a mighty shame because there were some ridiculously good games. I mean, just having a look at some of the quarterfinals.
91.
Glenn Durrant
Johnny,
beat Gary
require
Robinson
150.
4-2. Glenn averaged just under 102, Robinson 94. Scott Mitchell won 4-0, averaging 108 as Barnes looks at the 150. And gets the
Game shot, the
150.
second leg. Johnny Barnes.
Well, that really will put his world in motion.
So like it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Strike 2, Deacon.
Right, I'm going to go for strike 3 straight away then. Do you know what Johnny Barnes has got to do to
137.
get success this week? He's got to
Don't
hold it
do it.
here, but do it at the right time.
97.
He's had a slow start, but he wants to get to the line.
180.
I haven't said this in a while, but thank you, Adam. Because you just stopped Henry Deacon from
93.
dancing, and that should be against the law.
100.
This is a good first game. Smith-Neale averaging about 85 for 2.5 legs.
123. Adam, you require 84.
But if these people want to be in the top 2 positions in Group C over the next 2 days, they might just have to find a little bit more
52.
than 85. We'll embellish on that over the next few games.
180. Adam, you require 32.
Well, that was an interesting
Game shot, the
180.
third
It
leg.
was in
Adam
vain.
Smith-Neale.
Maybe a little bit of a dead dog shot, that one from Johnny Barnes.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Just goes to show what happens when you give a dog a bone.
70.
Gets a 13 darter, doesn't he?
And it looks like Smith-Neale's tail is wagging now.
44.
2-1 the good. Looking to get his first win on this stage for the best part of 2.5 years. That's what Johnny was
26.
mentioning, his form on the ADC circuit. It's a big weekend of darts in that particular system. The final weekend of the Challenge Tour, or the ADC Challenge Tour, that is anyway. Now, Johnny's got a very, very good chance of qualifying for the end of season Global Championship. He's currently #1 in the UK Order of Merit. Now, the top 4 players will get themselves into that particular tournament. Smith-Neale piles in his second max of the match. Michael Huntley, Tom Sykes and Jack Twedler in the other provisional qualifying spots from that particular tour. He's in very illustrious company, but Smith-Neale here. Smith 7 darts at a double, but there's absolutely no issue whatsoever in terms of his scoring.
55. Adam, you record 97.
He's got Barnes exactly where he wants him. But that could be a mistake
37.
that Barnes
Johnny, 125.
could bounce off. Could still. If he'd found that treble 20, the bullseye was going to be his next target to make it 2-2. Tops this time. It is still blocked, but it makes absolutely no difference.
Adam Smith-Neale. Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Wasting no time whatsoever, Smith-Neale. 3-1 to the good, with the darts in his hand now to get over the line and to seal his first win of the week.
Do you know what would be a really good game here at the Live Lounge? Smith-Neale versus Ben Robb. Because it'd be the big dog versus the big rig.
59. $41.
By the way, big congratulations to Ben Robb in winning the Pacific Masters last week. What a title that is for him. Beating Raymond Smith in the final. That was a sensational tournament win for Ben.
Yeah, playing some good darts again at the minute is Raymond.
Yeah, took out a 164 to win the title.
Looks like darts is very much flourishing
96.
once again in that particular neck of the woods.
It's starting to. There's a long way to go.
100.
Australian New Zealand darts is very much on the rebound. Smith-Neale is looking for the win.
136.
That would have been some way to win this game.
He's only averaging 87 here, but it's a performance that feels so much better than that. It's been
19.
full control, really, from first start to the last. Barnes with the 150, but other than that, it's been all about this man here.
11.
But he has missed
Johnny, you require
3 match darts to wrap it up. Barnes being forced into another ton plus checkout, and this time not up to the task.
98.
Smith-Neale in the background is
8.
not happy with his performance. He'll be happy to get the win.
6.
And he hasn't got it yet.
Johnny, you require 16.
Presenting Barnes with another opportunity. And this would return the game to throw.
Game
And the double four is found into the top corner. Back we go to 3-2. And Barnes now with the darts in his hand to take us all the way. And actually, you saw the actual name strap that Johnny had before we got underway. His numbers for somebody that finished bottom of a Group A were not bad at all. Average of 85.45 over his 15 games. 34 out of 106 in terms of finishing. That was a percentage of 32%. So you put him in a Group C environment where we tend to say usually you get a few more opportunities than you will in a Group A.
45.
He may just get some hope, and he may just feel like he might get a few more opportunities. And they presented there by Smith-Neale in the previous leg, but he's got to try and run with it on throw here.
100.
Our statisticians tell us that Johnny's average was the highest yielded
59.
by someone who finished third in a Group A in this series. So that tells you a little bit more about how well he played compared to other people who had been in his situation.
125.
He's not out of this game yet. Just imagine how Smith-Neale would feel if he loses this match, because it's possible.
140.
Well, he's going to give himself more match darts. Now, the scoring's been good, but the finishing has left a little
45.
bit to be desired. 3 from 16
83.
in terms of his doubling in this contest, but he can bring it to a close here. But he's missed the big
34.
number.
Johnny Require,
And he's got to hope that Barnes
106.
has got another big one up his sleeve.
Not big enough.
100.
So Smith-Neale does come back
Johnny Require, 49.
to win this match. He's had 6 to win it already.
And he's going to need more.
44. Johnny
He's had 8
Require,
match starts.
20.
He's had 8 opportunities to win this game. And Johnny Barnes is just about still in it.
10.
Yeah, but for how much longer?
Johnny Require, 5.
Smith-Neale's back on 5. And he's finally got over the line, shaking his head after his first game of the week. But when the dust settles over the next 10 minutes or so, he'll just be happy to get the points. You get 10 games in Group C. 1 down, 1 win for Smith-Neale. He wins by 4 legs to 2. And Johnny Barnes, already after his first game, is chasing.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Adam Smith-Neale got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 2. Our second match of the day is a meeting between David Pallett and Ricardo Ham. For David, returning to the live lounge in Porter for his second stint of 2025 for Ricardo Ham, his second stint altogether here. And the Super Series. Pallett, a former runner-up all the way back in Series 1, has had his problems, his trials and tribulations, but looks like he's on the other side of that now. Ricardo Ham from Rotterdam. Well, he could have been from anywhere, couldn't he? Making his second appearance here in Portsmouth. The asset Paul Nicholson's got his head in his hands, sat next to me here in the commentary box. You've got a very long couple of days ahead of you.
I like the long days.
First
I like the double
it's
sessions.
David to throw first. Game on.
Information is key to see who's going to win this week. And the information we get from the players, it is both visual and audible. We've already seen this week from some players the disappointment of losing certain situations. But if you're playing on Thursday and Friday, use whatever happened the first 3 days to your advantage. If it's disappointment, you bounce back from it. If you have success, keep it going.
100.
One thing we know about Dave Pallett is just how talented he is. But what he would confirm is that talent sometimes is not enough to get you success. You've got to be able to work hard, and you've got to be able to go over some of the hurdles that you find in life.
140.
It was around about 2022 when it looked like David Pallett was having a bit of a renaissance season, wasn't it? Picking up a handful of titles on the WDF circuit, was very competitive here and in the oldie livey leaguey back in Southampton. Then some troubles came into play. Didn't qualify for Lakeside in 2023, but that was really in the midst of his issues. Did play, but then took a little bit of time out. It was a little while since we saw David again, before we then would see him at the beginning of 2025. And in his second appearance of the year, he's kicked off his campaign with a 13-darter.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
It's the same kind of start that Adam Smith-Neale had, but Pallett found the double a lot quicker.
95.
Let's face it, Dave has got flair. But that is not what he needs the next 2 days. He needs consistency. Same goes for the other 5 players in this group as well.
91.
The reason why Steve Beaton won Group A is because he had the best overall average every day he played. And when he needed to lift it a little bit, he did. You've got to be able to do that. And maybe Ricardo is going to need to find that next 3-4% if he's going to put himself in the reckoning by the end of tomorrow.
125.
You a fan of Clarkson's farm, Henry?
It's not the worst show I've ever seen on Amazon.
That's a no then.
I don't mind it. I actually think it's okay.
I do have a point with this. Ricardo Ham, his name is very similar to the meat products that Clarkson has actually released from his farm, which are called Richard
81.
Ham.
Ricardo, 132.
So maybe if Ricardo's successful one day, he could have his own brand of sausages.
45.
Well, I suppose in the UK we have Richard Bacon. In Holland they have Ricardo Ham.
140. Ricardo, require 87.
For 14 dart riposte.
69.
Now this
David,
is a good
64.
steal chance here for Dave Pallett. That is such a lovely dart.
Game show.
That is classy. Freddie Blassie is what that is. Starts with a 13, then backs it up with a 14. If you needed proof that Dave Pallett is still a world-class player, you've just seen it.
Starting as he means to go on. And David's one of those players that, because of the way he plays the game, he can do extraordinary things, but it can look very, very ordinary. That's got a little bit of a showman side about him.
81.
So on the European Tour once upon a time where he was on the big fish. Hit the 2 trebles. Gave it a bit of gusto to the crowd. Was trying to gee him up, get him on side. His opponent wasn't on a finish. And then decided to hit one into the big 18 and everybody booed
70.
him.
If we were going to list the top 5 pieces of housery in PDC darts in the last 20 years, what Pallett did that day is very much top 5 for me. It's not as good as Van Gerwen at the 2021 Worlds, hitting a 1-4 finish, 1-4-1 finish against Dave Chisnell to show him how it was done. But that was brilliant from Pallett.
Prior to this visit, Pallett was averaging 117 in this game.
58.
I tell you what, that third dart was just a little bit too low for his liking. He's got away with it. But he's sitting on a second consecutive 13 dart hold. This is absolutely sensational from Pallett.
13, 14, 13. The average for David Pallett, 112.73. For Ricardo Ham, he's averaging 92 and he's got no change for it, just a couple of sparing, glaring darts at a double. But this really is special from David. 3 from 3 on the doubles to boot.
I can say hand on heart that I've played Pallett a few times, and every time
57.
it was an experience. When he plays well against you, he can leave you dizzy. Technically, he just looks, from his checkpoints, so perfect. The elbow position, the height of the address point, the release. When he does that, he makes it look simple.
81.
He's 6 darts away from a series best record average. And actually, he's 6 darts away from a potential top 10 all-time average here. So cue the treble score.
He doesn't care. If he gets over the line here with a 4-0 victory,
95.
it's the ideal start, whether he averages 110 or not.
Well, an average of 113.43 or higher will get you into the joint top 10 highest averages recorded here. Mike Warburton against Wayne Jones, Nathan Gervin against Lisa
56.
Ashton, Tom Lonsdale against Rhys Robinson, Andreas Harrison against Rhys Robinson, and Tom Sykes against Adam Paxton.
125. David, you require 150.
150 for the match. Well, that really would have put the cap on what has been an incredible
94.
display.
Ricardo,
But Ricardo has tried to keep tabs.
That's a beautiful dart there from Ricardo.
Ham. Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
I promise you, I'm going to keep my ham jokes to a minimum over the next couple of days.
Why, is your catalogue wafer thin?
You don't need much teasing, do you, Deacon?
Hey, the Tungsten Teaser's going to be back in a little bit as well, so you've got all that to look forward to.
Yay! 140.
It's a good one today.
Well, this was a great performance in the first 3 legs.
100.
Pallett's not going to panic. He did lose that 4th leg with Ricardo throwing first.
41.
And he's ridiculously experienced. That's the first dart he craves. He can attack that dart now.
180.
Third 180 of the game, and he's on the cusp of winning it with a real special performance. Average in excess of 109
60.
at this present moment in time. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. And is he going to cap it off with a ton plus check? He's got plenty of time and space. Didn't have to attack it if he didn't want to. And he's going to leave himself in
81.
situ after 12 darts on tops.
Yeah, that third dart was just a little bit low again on the single.
60.
And there's only one thing left to
40.
say. Does he win it right now?
Double 10 to complete what has been a special performance for David Pallett. An average just underneath the 105 marks. Legs won in 13, 14, 13 and 15. And the only two doubles he missed in the match were to win the match. Everywhere you look, that was absolutely stupendous from David Pallett. He beats Ricardo Ham by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Richie Edwards takes on Lee Evans, and this one will be no laughing matter.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, David Pallett put in a real good display against Ricardo Ham. Well, real good is probably not doing it justice. Average of just under 105. 3 180s, 4th and 6 in terms of his finishing in a 4-1 win to get his campaign off to a winning start. Our third game, the final match from the first round of fixtures, is a meeting between Richie Edwards and Lee Evans. Lee has been with us all week so far, playing in his secondary group of week 11. Up against Richie Edwards, the 36-year-old from Pontypridd in Wales, making his debut in this competition. Taking on Evans from Kensford in Gloucestershire, also 36. twice a weekly finalist in the past. A weekly winner in the first series, winning Series 1 Week 5, beat Sir Neil Duff in that particular final. That was back when Neil was the reigning WDF World Champion. It was also the final Saturday final to take place without an audience here, because that was the final Saturday that was played in our previous salubrious Southampton setup.
First leg, it's Richie to
Before
throw first.
moving to Portsmouth. Richie making his debut qualifying through the ADC system in Wales, and he's actually being watched on by a good friend of his, and actually a good friend of ours here at the Modus Super Series. One of the very best referees in the world. Garen Roderick is watching all of his progress over the course of the day.
43.
You're not wrong. Garen's a great referee. I think all of the Welsh contingent like to support each other.
57.
I like that aspect of Welsh sport. They always stick with their own and they always support them come what may. Well, Richie Edwards is someone who's played for his country.
180.
Someone who has played at Lakeside back in 2018. But he, like Evans,
100.
it's a question of what they want to do from here. Isn't it nice that they've got so much choice?
ADC, WDF, plays a bit of county as well. The system's there for
70.
anybody to really partake in what they want to partake in. It's the ADC weekend this weekend in Leicester. Final weekend of that particular tour season. We'll tell you a little bit more about that over the course of the day. That taking place in the Mattioli Arena on Saturday and Sunday. We'll find out the 8 players will be playing at the Tour Finals and the 4 players that will be participating at the end-of-year Global Championship. But Edwards here looking at 160 to take the first leg. Can't be done now.
$45.
That was a wicked deflection for Edwards.
74.
So Evans has a chance to break in leg 1. It's a great single, but it does block tops.
34. Richie require 115.
Still possible. Now he needs the bull.
90.
That would have been some way to start your day.
40.
So Evans looking at tops.
Game shot.
No funny business there.
Evans.
Finds himself 1-0 to the goods.
Second leg against Lee to throw
Lee's
first.
wearing the same sort of shirt that he had on when he was playing Luke Humphreys at the World Championship just about 18 months ago.
Yeah, looking as if he needs to get a sponsorship deal with a very famous energy drink brand. When you look at the pattern of his shirt.
95.
Those of you that drink a lot of energetic drinks will know exactly what I'm on about.
60.
Looking to unleash that monster inside him today.
I've been on this planet a bit longer than you, Henry, and I've never heard anybody call them energetic drinks. I can imagine you walking into Costco saying, "Excuse me, have you got any of those energetic drinks?" Well, as a dart player, what you really need to do, and each to their own, but especially in this setting,
140.
the last thing you need is your blood pressure to be up. You don't want your heart rate to be up. You want to be in a nice placid state.
45. Lee
So the
require
best
167.
beverage for you is water, because it's rather warm still at the end of July.
54.
Evans could have lost that first leg. Now he's taking full advantage of the fact that
60.
Edwards is not really scoring
Lee
heavily
require
here in the second.
113.
Yeah, not finding the heavy artillery here, and so Evans looking at 113 to open up a 2-0 lead. Treble 18's located. The top's just underneath, but he has got plenty of time on his side to go 2 up.
180.
Well, that was that ironic look of why now.
Require 20.
You never know. Evans might miss.
10. Richie require
Sometimes your wish
124.
can come true. Now it's in your control to see if you can take the shot. It's the bull again.
99.
Same sort of dart, really.
Lee require 10.
So Evans, potential for options here. We'll go straight for the double 5.
5.
Drops underneath, and
Richie
so far
require
today we've
25.
seen a lot of missed darts at a double. We saw a plethora in the game between Smith-Neale and Barnes. And we're seeing the missed double count rack up in this particular contest, of which Edwards has
5.
missed another handful to level things up. And so Evans, to finally get this leg 1, he had the best part of a 250 point plus lead in this leg.
Game
Finally
from the
gets
second
over the
leg,
line.
Lee
2 from
Evans.
10 on his doubles, but crucially 2-0 up.
So like it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
When Edwards at Lakeside back in 2018, he lost to Danny Noppert by 3-0. I'm sure that was a really great experience
36.
for Richie, but he didn't play very well. I think he would admit that. But that year, it would be Danny Noppert's
95.
last Lakeside before turning to the PDC. He would lose in the next round to Mark McGeaney, who would end up missing a couple of shots to become the
42.
champion.
This might sound controversial. Probably is controversial. But that was probably the last Lakeside where
85.
you had that field in depth and you thought, yeah, this is a top quality field, because you saw a number of players jump ship after that tournament. The 2019 event was a little bit weaker, and then obviously everything that then
96.
unfortunately happened from that point onwards.
Yeah, I think that's based on opinion, Henry. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. But I can see why you would say that.
95.
But there are so many players at Richie's level all around the world. And there's only so many places at the PDC World Championship
83.
in the pro ranks. If you've got the ADC Global, you've got the WDF Championship as well. You want to play in a big event like that, there are different routes these days, which is very, very good.
97.
And it is not all a one-size-fits-all approach. I mean, Gary Roderick, obviously watching this today, is one of the top officials in the WDF system, and that's something that a lot of players want to play in. The ADC, something a lot of players want to play in. Challenge towards something that some players may just
129.
exclusively play in now on. It's all a matter of what suits you. Evans looking at 129 to open up a 3-0 lead, and he's completely outscored Richie in this game. Again, he's got 6 darts to go 3-0 up. 57 remaining.
$89.
What was he doing with the second dart?
Your guess is as good as mine.
He had me completely bamboozled there.
60.
57 off 129 is
He
72. Why did he go
required
for the treble 10? Did he think he had 62? Bit of a miscount there from Evans, I would assume. But there's nothing wrong with that.
Lee Evans.
All's well that ends well, and that's a break of throw as well for 3-0.
Well, the fact he asked the referee
Well,
what's
it's
left
later
may
throw
indicate
first.
the fact that he may have just got a little
Game
bit
on.
lost in the numbers for a second. Evans 3-0 up. He's got the double break to hand and in a very good position to win his opening match of his secondary group. The best of the performers in Group A, finishing 4th. Average of 86.09, 36% on his doubles. We've seen players win Group A's with those types of numbers before.
Not as much this year, though, and especially in this series.
60.
One thing we'll definitely have a look at before Champions Week, which is only 2 weeks away, by the way. It's the average of every group.
44.
And I am very, very confident that the overall numbers have gone up.
Yeah, I think there's been two kind of contrasting series this year. I think the previous series was a little bit weak. I think in terms of numbers, I think we saw
40.
a couple of real big names underperform. We saw a couple of other names, so like your Scott Campbells, your Sam Spivers, your Jensen Walkers step up, which is why they got themselves into the big dance.
95.
But I think overall people have stepped it up in this series in comparison to the last. And that's usually judged based on some of the names and some of the numbers into Champions Week. You've got Shane
55.
McGurk in there, Van Schie in there, and both punching in good numbers.
Don't forget as well, Henry, that when people are invited and
125.
when people qualify for the second series of the year, they've usually got a lot of form behind them in the first few months of the year. That might also be reflected
40.
in Series 12.
They require 97.
This is for the win. As the games go on, they get shorter and shorter.
And for Lee Evans, he's made short work of Richie Edwards to get his first win of the Group A. 4-0 success, an average of 87. It was a professional job from Evs in the end, and for Richie, that was tricky to start, that was for sure. So, this is the tail of the tape. Evans, a 4-0 winner. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Johnny Barnes take on David Pallett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures is down. Before the break, we saw Lee Evans get the better of Richie Edwards by 4-2. We saw a 4-1 win for David Pallett against Ricardo Ham, and a 4-2 win for Adam Smith-Neale against Johnny Barnes. And it is Pallett and Barnes that go head-to-head in the fourth match of the day. Now, if you can't distinguish the pair from one another, Johnny Barnes is the one in the blue. David Pallett is the one in the blue, but he's got some striking silver locks. Anyway, into this one we go in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, and David in his first game was absolutely exemplary. Average of just under 105, 4 from 6 on his doubles. He's been playing some good stuff locally, and he's translated that onto the live loud stage.
140.
He most definitely has. It's nice to see as well. But you don't get through this group by putting in one big performance.
92.
One thing we've learned over the years is that you can have that big A game, but you're going to need to find a few other kinds of results. It's not necessarily about winning every match. If you go through a bit of a sticky patch for about an hour, hour and a half, if you can get away with a win and a 4-3 loss, that still puts a lot of pressure on your opponents.
I've had some correspondence whilst we've been live on air, and they've been saying that David Pallett's been playing some really handy stuff locally, from similar neck of the woods to that of Jamie Atkins. And there's an expectation from a lot of the Midlands folk that David will get through to Saturday. And maybe the 7-2 on the basis of the first performance alone could be a tantalising bit of value. But it's only one performance in 10. That granted.
And call me a little bit cynical, but you're never going to get messages from people saying, well, he's not going to qualify, is he? He's not been playing very well. If you know someone and they have been playing well, the first thing you want to do is communicate that to other people. So it's good that they've communicated that to us, but it's the bull.
43. David, you require 73.
Oh, Barnes. Oh, I do beg your pardon. I was looking at the wrong score. Pallett doesn't need the bull, do you, Dave?
And this is why, once upon a time, you weren't allowed to play in the same colour.
57. Johnny, require 40.
We'll come back to that. It's tops. And that is how you use a marker.
Johnny Barnes.
I'd like to know where that dart was going if the marker wasn't planted.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yes, going back to that rule, when Tommy Cox was still with us, he employed a rule in PDC darts, whereas the highest ranked player would have the choice of dart shirt colour. So let's say Dave is ranked number 10,
45.
for argument's sake. And Barnes is ranked number 15. That means that if Pallett turns up in blue, Barnes would have to wear another colour.
100.
If you go back in time and you watch Adrian Lewis versus Gary Anderson at the World Grand Prix, a bit of a tempestuous game.
180.
You'll see Gary Anderson in blue. You'll see Adrian in black. That was because of their rankings.
Back in the day were the biggest arguments about what colour of shirt you're going to wear as to classification of tournaments.
Oh, give me that drum you'll keep beating.
30.
Of course, we have seen somebody win the Triple Crown this year. Andreas Harrison won a weekly title, series title, and a Specials Week title.
I've got 3 words for you. Don't you start.
81. David, you require
Let's
83.
all agree that Pallett is on 83 and that he could equalise. That's exactly what he does. Don't you love the dartboard?
David Pallett.
It's not subjective. It's not up for interpretation.
Game on.
That was an 83 checkout because it was an 83 checkout. We don't have a Triple Crown at the Modus Super Series, but we do have a 180 start from Barnes.
Well, Pallett here is following on for the 104.96 average at game 1 and continuing to run with it.
140.
Whoever got in touch with you about Dave, hat tip, because you were absolutely right, by the way.
98.
Do not question my sources, Mr. Nicholson.
The only sauce I've ever seen you with is carbonara.
Oh, I haven't told you about the carbonara I made on Tuesday.
60.
Back to the darts. Johnny Barnes from Darlow. That's what they call it up there.
28.
Yeah, strong part of the world for dart players. If you mention County Durham darts to anybody,
100.
if you don't think of Phil Nixon first, it's a bit of a misstep. He is the godfather of County Durham darts.
45.
Darlington's actually home to the biggest unused stadium in the country.
Now, how did I know that you would know that?
25,000 seats, and it hasn't been used for about, what, 5-10 years, as Barnes looks at 150, not to be.
98.
He was looking at 150 again.
61.
He got it in his first game. Based on the way that Pallett has been playing in this game, Barnes might be getting it if double 9 is hit.
52.
Just a couple of minor slip-ups.
52.
Might see Pallett behind.
Because this is handy stuff from
12.
Johnny Barnes, but he's missed a couple of big
9.
opportunities, and you don't expect David Pallett to pass this one by. Double 4. 2 2s.
Game show on the
He
third
doesn't let
leg,
that one
David
pass it by.
Pallett.
Pallett breaks and goes 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Opportunities have been missed by Barnes, and that's why he is cutting that figure. People do the miles in the northeast of England, whether you're from Teesside, County Durham, Tyne and Wear, Northumberland,
92.
Cumbria, even Lancashire. If there's a tournament within an 80 to 120 mile
40.
diameter, people will attend. That is class use of the treble 18. Picky superlative there. Very Priestley-like, very Rob Cross-like.
45.
Let's not forget that Pallett is originally from Shropshire. Another great dart player from that neck of the woods. Someone called Steve Farmer.
58.
You could never figure out what Steve was going to do. But he was always very entertaining and very hard to beat.
95.
Yeah, used to always bust a gut, did Steve? You know where I'm coming from.
97.
One of the best ever busts of a score was done at the World Championship by Steve Farmer, but I think it was trumped last week by Cameron Menzies.
140. David, you've got 126.
Who knows what way he's going to go for this? Honestly, he's got so many thoughts. Might be bull. I've seen him do
86.
this to people. He can have you in knots when it comes to the maths in this game. He's got so much ingenuity. I've mentioned it before. He's done it to people.
100.
He's
David,
walked
you've got
back
40.
after a break of throw, started throwing, and his opponent is still thinking about the shot he's hit.
Well, the previous leg that Pallett won
Game
was a
on the
bit of a
fourth leg.
steal, but now
David
he really is
Pallett.
taking control of this game. 3-1-2, the good.
Fifth
Average
leg, it's
just
Johnny
over
to throw
93.
first. Game on.
3 for 9 is doubles. This is a statement start to the
52.
day from DP, who's putting deep heat on the opposition.
Starting with a 104, is good. Like we mentioned earlier, it's something you are most likely not going to maintain. This is the kind of game you could find every time if you're playing well. This is the kind of stuff that Steve Beaton was finding on Tuesday.
In some silly way, this is almost as impressive as the 104. If you get where I'm coming from, and the fact that he's backed it up, and you know that he's a level that he can stick at for a long time.
The thing that really I do like about this game is that he hasn't needed any 180s. He had 3 against Ricardo in game 2. Here, he's got none. Because the steady nature of the other scoring is giving him a little bit of game comfort.
Well, 11 scores of 1 treble, 4 scores of 2 trebles in this game. Has tunned his opponent into submission. Confirmation there where you're scoring power pack. Packed with loads of powerful scores.
$100.
And there's another one. Setting up another leave of 150, this time for Pallett.
Whoa!
And the last time he did that,
David,
when his opponent was on a finish, the shot was taken by said opponent.
Won't be for Pallett, but Johnny Barnes, you may remember in his game against Adam Smith-Neale, made him
26.
work hard for victory in the end. Pulled it back to 3-2. Asked some questions. Is he going to do the same here?
80.
No is the answer, and this could be curtains.
This is one of those 50-50 coin flips. Do you want to go treble? Now where does he go? Well, that is really interesting. He was going treble 18,
46.
double 11.
Johnny, you're required.
He thought he had a marker on the treble.
Surely Johnny's got a marker here. He has got a marker.
Johnny Barnes.
And he gets himself back into the game, and he forces David Pallett here to serve it out.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed that Johnny Barnes is using a point that is very similar to the new one by Josh Rock? Very smooth.
140.
And it has a bit of a decline from the end of the barrel into the point.
100.
And Josh is using them so well at the minute.
So how well is young Joshua playing at this present moment in time?
Young Joshua?
140.
I think he's only just younger than you.
I think we're the same age, 24.
140.
That really tickled me. Young Joshua.
Be in Australia for the upcoming World Series events.
He's going to be a big hit down there. I'm slightly envious of those guys going down to Wollongong and Auckland as well. Auckland is one incredible city.
And that's mainly because you've got to sit next to me for the next 2 days.
Captain Self-Deprecation strikes again.
60.
Now, is Pallett going to strike again? He'd like to get this game won before there's a bit of trouble.
36.
And that's not good.
David, require 160.
For Barnes. For Pallett, that is brilliant. Might look at the 16s now.
56.
That's a sensible play.
So to complete a 4-2 victory
97.
and to complete a second
David,
win and to
60.
put the cap on what has been another steady display. It's double top for David Pallett. A double top it is into the top right hand corner, and it's 2 wins out of 2 for David Pallett, who's really making his mark on this Group C. It really did feel like a land of opportunity, did this group over the course of the next couple of days. And it's David Pallett who's the one who's put down that marker first. A 4-2 win over Johnny Barnes. Coming up next, Lee Evans takes on Adam Smith-Neale. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Game 5 is a meeting between Adam Smith-Neale and Lee Evans. Adam looking to double up his tally. The winner of this game will double up their tally for the day. Smith-Neale got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 2, and his opener Lee Evans made short work of Richie Edwards, a 4-0 victory in his opening contest. For Adam, the scoring in that game was really, really good, but had a few problems finishing off legs. 4 from 19 in terms of his doubles. As for Lee, it was just a steady performance all round, really. Average of 87, 4 from 12 when it came to his finishing. And the winner of this one will join David Pallett on 4 points and will put themselves in a really good position to attack the rest of the day.
Very much so. I think that last performance from Evans was the epitome of steady. You mentioned it was 4-0, but an 87 average with 4 out of 12 on the doubles, that is pretty much par for the course, isn't it? For people who are successful here. It's in that range of just under 17 darts a leg. It's 33% on the doubles. If you can do that all the time, and every now and again, just chucking a 95 to 100, maybe even something a little bit better than that, you might not go far wrong.
180!
But on the other side of the coin, you've got Smith-Neale, who started with an 80 average, and it looked so much better than that.
135.
But doesn't that show sometimes the subjectivity of this sport? Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, stop hanging on.
140.
Because Adam Smith-Neale was the recipient on the receiving end of Conor Heenahan when he hit the first 9 darter in this
59.
building back in September 2022.
$60.
Yeah, some things have changed in the life of Smith-Neale in the last couple of years. Some things haven't. Still got those really smooth darts. Still got the same flights. Still the same sort of jabby action. Still rocking the Richard Kimball look.
77. Adam, you have 121.
I didn't hit that 1-2-1. I don't care.
65.
Because he didn't.
Lee, you require 170.
The big fish. On offer for Evans. Can't be done now. So Adam returning for 56 to get the break.
119.
And to
Adam,
win
you
the
require
opening
56.
leg of the contest.
$36.
It just seems to be a little bit of
Lee, you require
a
51.
tentative nature on the doubles from Adam today. He's not attacking them. Let's see what Evans does.
19.
That was a little bit
Adam, you
tentative
require
too.
20. Game
Well, that was a bit better.
Adam
If we are going to be
Smith-Neale.
super critical, if you attack double 10, you should be hitting it top half.
Second leg is Adam to throw first.
But if he did that and he pulled it slightly, well, he's won the leg anyway.
Well, break in his favour. The first leg that Lee Evans has lost today. Did mention that ADC Tour Championship event that's taking place this
97.
weekend. Some big names taking place in that. Thomas Banks, Lee Barrow, Chaz Barstow, Ryan Branley,
42.
Darren Brown, Lee Budgeon. We've seen him here a few times. There's
Anybody who doesn't start with a B?
Matt Cast. I'm going through it alphabetically, okay?
Wait, everybody. He's going to go through all of the letters.
Oh,
60.
yes. Jared Cole, Reece Colley. I said big names. Jared Cole don't really fit that list, does he?
140.
Joe Croft, David Davis. Some bloke called Deacon in there. Carl Deacon, that is. Better than the other Deacon who played in the ADC
60.
this week. Dean Finn. Sean Fox. Adrian Gray. Martin Grierson.
137.
Johnny Haynes. Graham Hall. Dan Hands. Shane Haywood. Sean Holly. James Hubbard. Jamie Hughes.
84. Adam, you require 122.
We'll tell you about the other names in the next leg. There's a lot of them.
62.
He's got to put some pressure on here. Evans is a very smart cookie. He will understand that Smith-Neale has not been too sharp on the
85.
doubles so far today.
Adam, you require 60.
So him taking out 60 is not a guarantee.
Game
Well,
show.
double 10 comes to his rescue once again.
Smith-Neale.
And that was right in the middle.
Third leg is Lee to throw first. Game on.
Two 2-0 to Smith-Neale. Yeah, some of the other names playing in that tournament. Michael Huntley.
43.
Graham Jenkins. Daniel Lee. Do you remember Daniel?
How could we forget?
Paul Lewis.
99.
Charlie Martin. Josh McCarthy. We haven't seen Josh here in a while, have we? Ross Montgomery. Tommy Morris. Adam Mould.
Well, here's the thing, Henry. There's only 12 spots per week. There's only
58.
12 weeks in a series. That's 144 names.
Dan Nichols,
58.
Kelvin O'Keefe, Jamie Owens, Kevin Painter, Kurt Parry. Just a few more. There's just a few more left.
180.
Reece Robinson, Richard Rowlands, Sam Spivey,
40.
Jack Tweddle, Graham Usher, Lloyd Walker, Steve West. And you'll be happy to know Carl Wilson, and that is it.
180.
That's more like it. Tops after 12.
96.
Evans is going to have to be better than he has been on the doubles. Get a chance, take a chance.
30.
Just a bit of fragility from both. At least Evans has got the consolation knowing
96.
that Smith-Neale is not going to steal
They
here
require 10.
unless he misses again.
Well, showing a bit of vulnerability on the outer ring, and that vulnerability continues. And so Smith-Neale to open up a 3-0 lead. Looking at 112, looking at tops,
72.
and looking high and wide.
They require 4.
He should never have had that shot. Don't give him another one, Lee. Somebody get him a ladder. He won't be able to see double 2.
No score. Adam, you require 40.
That was what Sid Waddell once upon a time called the banana shot.
Game shot on the third leg.
Smith-Neale finds
Adam
tops,
Smith-Neale.
3-0 to the good breaker throw, and now has an opportunity
Fourth leg, it's
to
Adam to throw first.
claim a
Game
second win. And for Lee Evans, could be a 4-0 win and a 4-0 defeat to kickstart his day.
Well, this shouldn't be the case because leg 3 was an act of daylight robbery.
120.
But it just goes to show, in this sport, there are no gimmies.
80.
You can boss a leg, doesn't mean you're going to win it. Stick around and be a pest all you want. Because if they keep missing and you get your chance,
180.
it could well be 4-0 Smith-Neale. And if that's the case, Evans will be dizzy.
140.
Well, Smith-Neale made his move in the previous leg and is now accelerating
100.
towards the finishing line. Average in excess of 90. And for Lee Evans, 10 missed darts at a double. He's had opportunity to keep himself competitive in this game.
85.
But it was Adam that's
Adam,
been
you require
best
101.
able to make the most of the opportunities he's been afforded. And he's been afforded 6 from here to wrap it up.
84.
Slip for the last, but shouldn't cause him too many problems. Or well, should at least have 2 darts anyway when he returns.
Evans believes this one's toast.
125. Adam, you require
Smith-Neale
70.
got the butter. He
No
most
score.
definitely hasn't.
That was a slip.
They require
A
71.
Freudian slip. And so Evans here looking at 71 to reduce the gap back down to 3-1 here. And we've almost got a bit of an antithesis of the previous leg here.
Shot on the fourth leg, Lee Evans.
3-1 is probably a fair reflection of the score, but in completely the
Fifth
wrong
leg, it's Lee to throw
circumstance.
first. Game on. $97.
Maybe we shouldn't talk, Henry, because the moment we started talking about the possibility of 4-0, Evans gets back into this game.
54.
It's that classic commentator's curse, isn't it? What would have been a fair scoreline after 4 legs based on attempts at double and
43.
likelihoods? I think maybe 2-2. Not 3-1, either way.
100.
However, it goes back to the grandmother having wheels and being a bike analogy, isn't it? Could have, should have, would have's being nout.
60.
You have no idea what I'm on about.
I kind of do, but yeah, I'm having trouble getting there.
Never heard that phrase?
100.
I have, yeah.
If my grandmother had a wheel, she would have been a bike.
Answers on a postcard which accent that was supposed to be. I didn't know a famous Italian chef was from
45.
Sunderland.
By the way, they're having a good transfer window, aren't they? Credit Xhaka joining the Black Cats.
140.
Well, the only thing I can say to that is he's obviously never been to Sunderland.
70. Adam, you've 107.
Well, Smith-Neale wants to hit the back of the net here. Does he?
Game.
Yes, he does, and he does so emphatically.
Smith-Neale.
Well, that's some way to cap it off. A 107 finish for Adam Smith-Neale to seal his second win of the day. He brushes aside Lee Evans by 4 legs to 1. That's how he did it. Average just under the 89 mark. 4 for 9 on his doubles. Lee Evans missing 10 at the outer ring in the contest. Ricardo Ham and Richie Edwards follows next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
I think it's important to send the message, though, that whatever happens in Rising Stars Week, they are not under any pressure from anybody around here, and they shouldn't be from anywhere else, to go and do what other people have done immediately. They have to follow their own path.
The Rising Stars Week is coming up in August here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we've got the biggest talents that there are on the UFC taking part. Jensen Walker, Ryan Branley and Charlie Manby, just 3 of them, and we will be previewing that once we are done here this afternoon at the Super Series. We completed 5 games, and we've seen both David Pallett and Adam Smith-Neale win both of theirs so far. They're both on 4 points. Pallett having beaten Johnny Barnes 4-2, and Adam Smith-Neale before the break getting the better of Lee Evans by a 4-1 scoreline. Average just under 89 in that one. 4 out of 6 on his doubles, and finishing the job off with a 107 checkout. Game number 6 is a meeting between Ricardo Ham and Richie Edwards. For both of these players, is about getting their first points on the board in this particular group. For Ricardo, well, there weren't really too much he could have done about his opening match against David Pallett. Pallett averaged just under 105 against him. Ricardo averaged just under 89. As for Richie, I think it's fair to say a nervy opener against Lee Evans. We'll be hoping that that's brushed aside ahead of this, the 6th game of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. But look, result aside, and let's be honest, the way David was playing, it would have taken a big effort to have beaten him. There's a lot by way of performance that Ricardo can at least take as positives going into this one.
Yeah, that ton plus average from Dave Pallett was only the 2nd one of the week.
13.
So it is fair to say that Ricardo, from what we've seen this week already, was very likely to lose that game, whether he played his best or not. However, this is a much more winnable game based on the information that we have from earlier.
100.
We know that Edwards has got a lot of talent, but I think maybe we're still waiting to see it in front of the cameras.
100.
It does take players maybe a little bit more time than others to get adjusted, to get suited to the stage environment. And for Richie as well, 62. It's been
Ricardo,
the best part of 7.5 years since he's last played a televised match like this before. And so it's 99. All about learning it all over again. And yes, I know he plays counting, so you get used to playing on stages, playing in that. But this is a completely different kettle of fish altogether. And perhaps Ricardo's 41. More recent experience of
62.
Playing in a setup like this could well favour him in this one. Looking for potential 14 data to get things up and running. 8-8.
Game show on the first
the 5-visit leg
Ricardo
and for the opening leg in his ledger.
Second leg, it's
maybe Ham is just cooking up to something.
I wonder if Ricardo supports the same football team as a very famous golfer, Billy Horschel. West Ham.
100.
So much so that Billy actually plays his European golf with a West Ham golf bag.
Could have literally have had Hamburg as well.
65.
back in the Bundesliga now. I think they got promoted last year. That's where Kevin Keegan used to play when he was the two-time European
85.
Footballer of the Year. And what a fine perm he had as well.
Yeah, you look at the 1970s and the early 80s, the only thing that stopped English sides from winning the European Cup was Hamburg.
76.
Forest a couple of times, Liverpool a few times, and Hamburg were sandwiched in the middle of it all.
81.
How have you not been on Mastermind?
Because my general knowledge is absolutely atrocious.
121.
Although I did get a few questions right on Richard Osman's House of Games the other evening.
Good job.
83. Richie require 150.
This would be a great job. That's not a bad dart. Very well thrown. But he's got to get rid of that one.
58.
The one that comes out of the hand just a little weak.
152.
That is a very
100.
solid
Richie
ton.
require
Edwards really needs to get a
96.
leg on the board to make himself feel a bit more comfortable. This might be it.
78.
Not a bad attempt at all.
Ricardo, you
Three
require
very well thrown
52.
shots. But Ham could double down. Oh no. Okay. So that leaves 28. Who ordered
Games on
double
the
ham?
second leg. Ricardo.
Hands up for double ham.
Well, he did say double down, and he's quite
Third leg, it's
literally done it in
Ricardo
more
to
ways
throw
than one.
first. Game on.
I've just been having a look back at the international debut of Richie Edwards.
100.
You can't accuse the lad of not having patience. He played Dennis Harbour and won 4 legs to 3. So that game only took about 45 minutes.
42.
Probably had to give Gavin Roderick a chair.
As everybody knows, Dennis is a very deliberate player.
85.
Very, very good.
Quarter-finalist in a seniors TV event.
Done a lot in the game. Played multiple lakesides.
45.
Never seen him here, though.
Not yet. Never say never.
100.
There were those who thought that maybe Ross Montgomery wouldn't win anything big. And now he's won 2 biggies in a year.
Another one of those players that are playing at the ADC Championship Tour the weekend. One of
135.
206 entries.
And Henry mentioned 203 of them in the previous game as he rattled through the darting phone book.
There's also 4 events in the women's competition this weekend as well.
Here we go.
44. Ricardo, you reckon 156.
Ricardo looking at 156. Now one of them. Yes, double 18.
138.
That was a fine attempt from Ricardo. And boy, have those slices of tungsten that he's using got some age. Just by looking at them, they look as if they've been thrown for at least 10 years straight.
14.
Ah,
Richie
now
require 157.
the door is open for Edwards, but this is a very tight window. Nearly gets there.
137. Ricardo require 4.
For 3-0. Double 1.
No score. Richie require
That is the
20.
cardinal sin of having a dart that you can't use.
And so Edwards for a route back into the match to get his first leg on the board today.
He's got to go through the posts here. British and Irish Lion style.
No score. Ricardo, you require 4.
But unlike Owen Farrell, he couldn't squeeze away through. And so Ham double 2.
2. Richie require 20.
But Ham has gone off a little bit here.
How does he hit this?
No score.
Well, he doesn't.
Ricardo,
And if you'd given him
require
20 darts,
2.
maybe one of them could have found the bed.
Game
That's
shot
a really
the
good
third
find
leg.
from Ricardo. That's a lovely
Ham.
graduation from a rangefinder to a marker.
4th leg, it's Richie
to a
to throw
hit.
first. Game on.
Not going well for Edwards so far. Can't be denied.
7 legs played, 7 legs lost so far for Richie Edwards on
97.
his debut day here at the Super Series. I did mention that there's a WADC tournament taking place this weekend.
100.
Number of big name entries there. Great to see Ros Bulmer back playing again. Eleanor Cairns is going to be participating.
140.
Trina Gulliver's going to be taking part. Gemma Hayter. Dieter Hedman, Angela Kirkwood, Joe Locke. As we see the game's first max on Ricardo Ham. Cramming it in.
You could say that was a honey glazed 180. Yeah, this game could be done in the next 60 seconds if Ricardo's got anything to do with it. And if he does win, he can get himself back in the reckoning here.
Well, Ricardo Ham is making it look like it's game over rather than gam on. Potential 11 darter here.
I wonder if Sam and Scott were saying these kind of things the last 3 days. Tops.
21.
Not really that close. Could have been home and hosed here. Edwards is staring at the precipice here. Needs 316s and tops.
84. Ricardo required 20.
So this for 4-zip. Double 5 for Ricardo Ham. To get off the board and to get on the mark. A 4-0 win for Ricardo Ham against Richie Edwards, who is still searching for that first leg here on the live lounge stage. This is the tale of the tape. A 4-0 win for Ricardo. Johnny Barnes and Lee Evans is next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 6 games down on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Ricardo Ham get the better of Richie Edwards by 4-0. So far, so good for Adam Smith-Neale and David Pallett, though, in terms of the table. Both of them winning 2 games apiece. We can have a look at that now for you. Smith-Neale and Pallett 4 points. Evans and Ham on 2. Barnes and Edwards without a point so far to their names. Our next match is a meeting between Johnny Barnes and Lee Evans, which sounds like the names of 2 contestants on an episode of the Celebrity Chase. But the chase is on for these 2 in terms of picking up the points that would get them towards the top of the league standings, and particularly for Johnny Barnes, because he is still searching for that first win. He's got a couple of legs in each of his opening 2 matches, but has been outplayed by the 2 players who find themselves on 4 points in the group, Adam Smith-Neale and David Pallett. So, in his mind, theoretically, he'll be hoping that the tough portion of the day has come and gone. But we know of the quality of that man in your picture there, Lee Evans. Intriguing round, particularly the way the fixtures have been put in place. Barnes against Evans to kind of keep tabs, and Pallett and Smith-Neale, they can win their third game, will streak clear at the top of the group, and they'd still have to play each other towards the end of the session.
85.
This is the point of this group, where if you don't have any points yet, you've got to get moving.
140.
And if you have got points, like Evans already has, keep moving.
43.
Well, it's not even 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, and it feels like Johnny Barnes is in a knockout scenario here. Loses this one, then you can probably put his name to the scrap heap in terms
100.
of qualifying through to Saturday night's final.
100.
And if we may say so, it was somewhat harsh that he walked away with only 3 wins from 15 in the first group of the week. But since when was darts friendly?
121.
It's a ruthless business.
Yeah, darts is not fair sometimes.
100. Lee, you require 140.
Darts is fair because of the wires on the board. It's if you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, you don't. Simple as that. But the slightly unfair aspect
60.
can come from what we see over the course of days. So I'm with you there, Henry, because he could potentially play better on the whole than someone who gets in the top 2, but wind up 5th or 6th.
So Evans looking at 80 to get on the board. Looking at double top.
60.
Just underneath. And so Barnes
Johnny
looking at 74.
74.
Double top.
34. Lee, you require
It was
20.
never there, unfortunately, for Johnny. Is this there?
Game
It most definitely is. And it's a breakthrough immediately for Lee Evans.
Second leg, it's
So
Lee
1-0
to
to Evs with the breaker throw. He has already actually been in the winners enclosure this week. Played in a ADC Vault event on Tuesday. Managed to pick up the title there. And I can tell you now, he faced some real stiff
81.
opposition en route to winning that particular title.
Did he go to the vault that included Chaz
100.
Barstow and Jared Cole?
Jared was there, yes.
So that's the one near Winchester.
It was in Loxheath, which is in Hedge End, right by the GS Bowl cricket ground.
100.
I should know because I participated myself. And participating was definitely the appropriate word. Participate is actually carrying the whole lot.
$100. Lee, you require 160.
Don't want to talk any more about it.
I didn't ask. Hang on a second. Oh, everybody
Shot
loves
the
that.
Second leg, Lee Evans.
Yeah, evening his opponent right there. You got to applaud shots like that. That was beautiful
Third leg,
from
it's
Evans.
Johnny to
No
throw first.
response from him.
Game.
That was just a leg win in his eyes.
Just another leg that keeps him ticking over.
81.
It's been an up and down day so far for Lee Evans. Won his opening match 4-0, lost 4-1 in his second, missing 10 darts at a double, and now all of a sudden is 2-0 up in this one here against Johnny Barnes.
31.
His namesake made one darts joke. Did you know that? Just a simple one-liner.
41.
Said he liked bullseye, but nobody ever wins a goldfish, do they?
I didn't know John Barnes was a comedian.
125.
That's right, everybody. My co-commentator for the day is being deliberately obstinate. I was, of course,
100.
referencing Lee Evans, the legendary comedian from Essex. He's actually from Billericay, I believe. Doesn't do a great deal these days.
134.
But Evans has been pretty much on the back burner recently. It'll be interesting to see what direction he goes in over the next couple of years.
43.
Because we've mentioned he's got options. He doesn't necessarily have to go back to the Pro Tour. He could stay at this level and be very happy.
59.
But you'd be hard pushed not to be completely inspired after the World Match Play, looking at Littler,
90.
Wade,
Lee require
Gilding,
152.
and others.
Another would have been for big back-to-back tub plus checkouts. The 152 could have followed the 160, but
94.
Barnes has already had a
Require
150 of his own
146.
today, and you get the sense he's going to have to find the 146 just to stay in the contest. Double 16. Well, that is a barnstormer from the
Johnny
barnstormer.
Barnes.
Johnny Barnes hits the back
Walker
of the
gets Lee to
net
throw first.
with an
Game.
absolute rocket.
That's his second biggie of the day. He had a 150 earlier. And this game is littered
57.
with big finishes all of a sudden.
$90.
Can't afford to just rest on that finish, though. You've got to keep things going. Evans has got the lead, and he is the better player by about 10 in the averages. So whatever pressure you can apply after that 146,
100.
more power to you.
95.
One thing Barnes was talking about earlier, his Super League team had won his local Super League competition. Congratulations to them. Not easy to win those
60.
Super Leagues in any part of the country because those teams are usually absolutely stacked
100.
with players from all sorts of tours. Even PDC Pros still play Super League.
Well, we saw that at the UKDA at the weekend. A number of tour card holders participating in that. See, Bradley Brooks was there, wasn't he, at the weekend?
135.
Yeah, Lukeman was always going to be there. I think he's there every year.
140. Lee require 149.
This would be for third consecutive ton plus checkout in this game. 149 on offer. 149
Game
got. Well, these two just keep
Lee
hitting
Evans.
each other with hammer after hammer.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
That look on
Game on.
Johnny's face is one of, what's next?
60.
So we've had the 146. We've had the 160. Now the 149. All of a sudden, after dicey doubling most of the day, we've seen a masterclass in this game here. Collectively, 4 from 7 in the game.
60.
Lee Evans here averaging in excess of a ton in this match. And
96.
Johnny Barnes can just begin to feel as if players are just beginning to find things against him. Adam Smith-Neale scored well, didn't quite finish off greatly,
27.
but had more opportunities to get past him in game 1. Game 2, David Pallett averaged just under 90 against him, and now Lee Evans is stretching into different areas, etching into a different territory here, and
17.
beginning to run away towards victory in this match. And well, it would not surprise you in the slightest if he found this.
Look at the shot. It's in that same bracket
148.
between 146 and 160. And it's a surprise that he's not found the first treble.
Well, the one thing he did
88.
have in this leg was the luxury of time, and he's going to utilise it for all it's worth. 60 upon his return to wrap up a 4-1 victory and to
38.
put the cap on what has been a really good display.
60.
Averaging in excess of a ton, 2 ton plus checkouts. This for the win. Double 10.
50.
And the last thing you want to do when your opponent's not on a finish is go inside on double 10.
He's already been burned on double 5 today.
78. Lee require.
Slightly above as a good marker. However, double 2 will get him out of jail.
Game shot.
And double 2 it is, and win
Lee
number
Evans.
2 it is for Lee Evans. And it's a hefty victory over Johnny Barnes, who's hoped to qualify through to Saturday, even at this stage of the group now, look highly unlikely. Evans with a 4-1 victory, putting himself back in the pack. A game which saw 3 ton plus checkouts. The 160, the 149 from Evans, the 146 from Barnes. Coming up next, Pallett takes on Edwards. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, To return to Champions Week.
Go!
And at long last, John O'Shea.
He thinks it's over. I think a lot of people do. And it is, with his management of the board, and it really has been spot on. Just like the last 5 darts.
Defense. Game shot. And the match.
What a display from that man right there. But he's starting to look like a winner.
Twice. 3 times a 9 darter for Conor Heenahan. Last time, the Republic of Ireland were knocked out in a 9-dart shootout. They will be returning, but who will be returning? Well, we'll find out the answers to that and a number of other conspicuous questions on Saturday night. You'll have to join us from 7:30 to find out the answer to that and many, many, many more things here at the Modus Super Series. Anyway, into Game 8 of the day, and it is a meeting between David Pallett and Richie Edwards. Before the break, Lee Evans got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 1. That getting Lee's second win of the day. For David, he's looking for a hat-trick of victories. Wins this one, 6 points to his name, in a very good position for the remainder of the session. Up against Richie Edwards, who isn't just looking for his first win of the day, he's also looking for his first leg of the day as well. If the bookies were to price this up, they will probably have Pallett as a very hefty favourite. And if the pattern of the first couple of games go to play, it's probably going to end up that way, isn't it?
92.
It starts well for Pallett. He's using that treble 18 switch as a primary switch. But based on your question, Henry, I can't disagree. Just goes from bad to worse for Edwards. He's just had a Robin Hood with his 3rd dart of the game. If there is such a time as getting Pallett at the wrong time, it's probably now. He's got a nice solid basis to work with in this group. And Edwards will be thinking about nothing else but getting off the mark.
45.
Now then, we're at the midway point of the session, and because I haven't been here for 3 days, it's time to see if David Pallett can complete the 3:15.6. Because he's got the first 3. And now he's looking at the 170, and Paul Nicholson licks his lips as if there is a great big bitter steak in front of him on a plate.
This is where he goes 2 treble 20s and lays up. Don't disappoint me, Dave. Oh, I wanted him to hit that just to see what he would have done. We've already referenced his housery on the 170 on the European Tour, which was genius, by the way. But we don't see 350 and 6 very often. But if he'd hit the 180, had the 170 and laid up, that would have been typical Pallett. Interesting. He's got so much time to work with.
29.
He could go any route he wanted. And that's worked out really well.
Yeah, double 18 left after 5 visits. Not often been beyond that kind of range today. Here's
David require 36.
DP. And 16 darts, which gives him the first leg and a very comfortable first leg holder throw.
How good was that double 18? You ask any world-class dart player where they want to hit a double. And obviously, you just want to hit it in any spot. But if you could hit it anywhere, those players,
24.
They'd say just inside the outside wire, in the middle. And that's exactly what Pallett has just done.
180.
Yeah, this is a bad time to play Pallett. It's now official.
He is really finding his groove and rediscovering some of the form which has seen him win big titles on the WDF circuit, has seen him do great things on the PDC Pro Tour, and he's doing great things in this leg.
140.
But could only fill up the treble 5 times.
And of course, making the semi-finals of the UK Open back in 2018.
92.
Some people would say he's the forgotten man from that tournament. I don't think so. I think that tournament was memorable for many reasons. Pallett making the semis, Robert Owen making the semis, Cadby making the
100.
final, Anderson winning it, John Park making the quarters.
Mickey Mansell playing in a hat.
57.
And getting fined for it.
David, you require 81.
Potential 11 darter coming here. Again, has plenty of time on his side.
41.
And so will leave himself on tops after 12 to get the breaker throw for Richie. This is becoming a rather difficult task for him. And now it's just almost you get to the point where you're forgetting about winning matches. You just want to get that first leg on the board sooner rather than later.
It shouldn't be in this leg.
Game
There's
from
another
the second
pinpoint
leg.
shot from
David
Pallett. If he's going through a process in 2025
David to throw first.
of
Game
reinventing how he approaches the game, then so far so good. Because he's already won 2 ranking tournaments this year. He won the Romanian Classic at the start of the season. And he also won a ranking event in Switzerland.
95.
Doesn't mind a little bit of miles on the clock. Does Dave?
38.
From Bucharest to Basel.
And who was doing that last year around about this time? A certain Jimmy Van Ski. He won in Romania at the start of 2024.
100.
He won in Switzerland a little bit later in the year. And look what he did by the end of the year. 3 weekly titles and almost became series champion.
Playing some very handy
54.
stuff on the PDC Pro Tour this week. Which brings me to our tungsten teaser for the day. Now, there was 2 Players' Championship events
58.
this week taking place in Hildesheim in Germany. And I want you to answer this. How many players who played at the Modus Super Series in 2024, so players who played the Modus Super Series in 2024 made it through to at least the quarterfinals of those 2 Players' Championships in Hildesheim?
140.
And they could have only have played in 2024, not before, not after. That's me giving you a little bit of a helping hand.
So that was 2024.
2024.
2024?
2024.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, 2024.
David, you require 108.
108 for Pallett for free zip. Treble 16 would have left him a Delta double top.
56.
And really, he can just go about this with all the steed and stead he wants. He's almost kind of playing against himself as much as anything else at this present moment in time because Richie's
24.
having a real struggle at the minute.
Require 52.
Averaging here 98.93, David Pallett. And also 3 out of 3 on the
David
doubles.
Pallett.
For whatever issues Richie Edwards has got, David Pallett is playing his own game.
To throw first.
He's
Game
3-0
on.
to the good, and he's looking very good in more ways than one. If you do want to get in touch with us about that tungsten teaser, it's at MSS Darts.
52.
Twitter handle. There's also a post on there about the Triple Crown. We had some talking points, didn't we, about that this morning, Nico?
92.
Is it fair for me to say that I'm just a little bit bored of it?
$125.
I like things to be facts, not opinions. Fact is, David Pallett is 3-0 up. He's playing so much better than Edwards. And the likelihood is he's going to win this game either in this leg or the next.
59.
Just because you have an opinion about something doesn't mean it's fact. You wouldn't believe how many times I've said this to people this year.
$23.
Oh, look what he's left again. He didn't get it last time. Leave it, Dave. Oh, he's one short and he knew it. Look at his facial expression. He was thinking about finishing in 350-6. Oh, this is now a chasm that Edwards is in. He will feel like he's got no gravity around him whatsoever. He'll feel very uneasy about this situation. Could be 12-0 against him after 3 games.
Because Pallett's closing in. Average just over a ton. You suspect it's going to come down from the 3-figure mark, but it's just an examination as to how he's playing so far today. He's just been too good.
Starting to realise why he's won those 2 ranking titles this year. He's got 88.
54.
He will return. And if he does finish off game 8, not losing a leg, he'll be on a total of 6 points, undefeated, and his leg difference will be glistening.
No score.
Well, that's a bit of a slip, but one that he can afford.
59. David, requires.
Do you think he's going to go for double 8 here and hit it in the top half instead?
He's going to go high. And he's going to find the points of a 4-0 win over Richie Edwards. 92.49 the average, 4 from 6 on his doubles. Pallett, a 4-0 winner over Richie Edwards.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Right, classification time. The Triple Crown is made up. I'm trying to be nice here. You just got to get real. You don't know.
A lot.
You don't know, do you? Do we have a Triple Crown or not? If the PDC say we do, then we do. It's not up to the broadcasters to make this up. I don't really care who made it up, because everybody's got their opinion, but take those opinions and burn them.
Pointless watch that. Paul Nicholson sits on the fence. The Triple Crown debate has most certainly raged on, and I get the sense it's going to rage on for quite a while. And you can hear mine and the Assets' thoughts on that over on the Super Series YouTube channel.
I'm not going to get too deep into this, Henry, because we could be on it for hours. Darts is not the only sport that struggles with this kind of ambiguity. Golf has its too. They're called the Players, the unofficial fifth major. It's actually not the fifth major because there's only 4. But I got one more thing to say on it. There used to be 4 majors in golf: the Masters, the British Open, the US Open, and the US Amateur Championship. It was then changed when the PGA Championship was brought in. So then they had their classified 4 majors. Do we have classified majors in PDC darts? We don't. And this is why we're having this debate. It's going to rage on. It's going to rage on until somebody classifies what we need to classify.
Well, I kind of said it in the segment that we did, that snooker kind of had a similar issue to this a few years ago, where one very well-known public broadcaster, held the rights to 3 big tournaments in the year, the Masters, the UK, the World Championship, and they wanted their identity for those tournaments to be bigger than the others. Now, they were the 3 most historic tournaments. They had a point. But then other broadcasters came into play and started broadcasting events, and they wanted their events to be seen as big, because of course they would.
100.
And so World Snooker at the time decided, right, we're going to divvy these up into different types of series. So you had the Triple Crown series, which was made up of the Masters, UK, World Championship, and then the event to another broadcaster were given the name the Players Series,
83.
and then another broadcaster's event were made the Home Nations Series. And you just knew where they all slotted into in terms of the ecosystem of the game, and you still do now with snooker. You know, the 3 events that take place as part of the Triple Crown, they're your 3 biggest events of the year. Now, I'm not saying what is right, what is wrong, what should be, what shouldn't be the biggest events of the year. But what I do think we're at a point now, particularly with a lot of new eyes on the sport, that maybe don't understand maybe some of the histories of some of the competitions, is a clarification of what events are the biggest and which events maybe are just that next step down in the tiered system of things.
$100. Ricardo, you require 115.
This debate is everywhere. Where's Ham going?
Game shot on the
right down the gullet. Swallowed that one, Adam.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Obviously, based on what we've seen in this group so far, Smith-Neale has won 2 games out of 2. Pallett has won 3 games out of 3. Lee Evans has won 2 out of 3.
42.
But Ricardo's sticking around. If he can play his brand of this game and make a few less mistakes, There's no reason why he can't cause trouble for the top 3. The evidence of the first leg suggests that.
140.
And we're not being starved of ton plus checkouts today.
6
100.
ton plus checkouts so far today. Ricardo with the latest.
99.
Playing his darts in Hampshire this week.
I didn't quite hear that. You were in an octave I didn't hear.
In Hampshire?
Now I'm going to ask Adam because he's the big dog and that was something that only dogs could hear.
80.
I've not been here for a few days. My voice is a bit rusty.
140. Adam, you have 140.
One person hits it, one person requires it.
100. Ricardo,
All of a sudden, Ham might be able to go 2-0 up on Smith-Neale. Double 12. Very good.
Second leg. Ricardo.
Nice consolidation there from Ricardo. For the first time today, Smith-Neale's in a bit of early trouble in a game.
For the first time today, the big dog has got his tail between his legs.
60.
We've been talking about things that are slightly ambiguous. Well, Adam's nickname's a little bit ambiguous
54.
too because he's a big dog. What kind of dog is he?
You were definitely in the debating society at school, weren't you?
42.
Do you honestly think there was a debating society at Blythe Tyndale High School in the early 90s? We barely had a music department. Oh, yeah.
180.
Following each other.
127.
But Smith-Neale in a very good spot here. He's clicking into
87.
gear, that's for sure. Debating society. I take it you had one.
81.
Yes.
Adam, you require 40.
Double top.
20.
The debate now
Ricardo, you
is,
require
can Ham find a 138?
$44. Adam, you require 20. Game
Starting to get the hang of that double 10, isn't
Adam
he?
Smith-Neale.
Right in the middle for the second time in 2 games.
Full flag, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
We said at the top of the show, Henry, that we were going to find it really hard to get a favourite from these 6 players.
134.
I know that Johnny Barnes hasn't got off the mark. Neither has Richie Edwards. But we're going to take 2 players through to Saturday night with Steve Beaton here in week 11. I'm not really having
60.
that much conviction associated with anybody right now. It could go one of 4 ways.
The only person you think at the minute, yes, please, is to David Pallett. But other than that, there's an openness to interpretation about this group. Adam Smith-Neale is suddenly taking his foot off the handbrake in this game. As Ham looks at 161, not to be, and so the 167's on offer, and it's going to have to go with Ham left on 212s. Bullseye would have been delightful for the big dog.
Look how much pressure has been applied by Ricardo to Adam.
On the 4 flag.
Every time he leaves himself a shot, he takes it.
13 darter, 3-1 to the
Adam to
good.
throw first. Game on.
3 out of 4 on the doubles as well for Ricardo. Really, really polished display from the
58.
Dutchman so far.
Every now and again, he just has a really poor
41.
dart like that single one there. That's the kind of thing he needs to minimise.
135.
A lot of people ask current pros and ex-pros, how do I get better? It's not necessarily about getting more
44.
trebles. It's about erasing and minimizing the bad darts. So your bad dart
58.
is a single 20, not a single 1.
$58. 44.
I'd like to sit here and say that Adam has been thoroughly outgunned and he's not playing very well. His average is actually 4 points better than his opponent.
140.
Well, it's an example of two things. The timing of Ricardo, but also a few opportunities that have been spurned by Smith-Neale. 1 from 5 in terms of
96.
his doubling, but he's got an opportunity to win this leg. Looking at 110 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force Ricardo to
94.
serve it
Adam
out
Require
in the next.
110.
It's been at the back end of legs, hasn't it, where Ricardo's really turned it on. But is he even going to get a look here? Smith-Neale looks at tops,
90.
but he can't find the
Ricardo
110.
Require 124.
Job here is to get to the bull. That's sloppy. Because when your opponent's sitting on double 10, which he's been strong in, to not get a dart of the bull there,
108. Adam, you
that's
require
sloppy.
20.
To reduce the deficit,
Game shot
double
on
10
fifth
is
egg.
found. Back we
Adam
go to
Smith-Neale.
3-2. Ham with the darts in his hands.
Sick flag, it's Ricardo to
A sentence I never thought I would say.
I'm sure he's heard them all.
81. $58.
There's one thing I can't wrap my brain around.
125.
It's the fact that Ricardo was 3 from 4 on the doubles when he was on 64 with 2
43.
and decided to go treble. He's got confidence on doubles. Why wouldn't you just go for the big single? It's not necessarily to guarantee a shot for the match. You're just more likely to hit a single 14. I think there's this
80.
little sense of greed when going for a shot like that. Now, if you're one of the looks at the top of the rankings, maybe
100.
you're going to hit the treble 14 39 times out of 40. But just be aware of where
59.
you are. This is the second level of darts.
160.
Play the odds.
100.
Okay. He didn't go for the treble 20 there, obviously, because he was so far away from it. Was he going for tops? If he was, that would have been silly.
100.
If he was going for the big
Ricardo
20, I can
60.
totally understand it.
Well, this to wrap it up. The
40.
two darts at
Adam, you
double
require
top have come and
161.
gone for Ricardo Ham. Can Smith-Neale save it with a 161? Not on this occasion. And so Ricardo's going to get 3 more
Ricardo Require 20.
to seal the deal and to condemn Adam Smith-Neale to a first defeat in this group. And it would mean, full advantage, David Pallett.
15.
It would also put Ricardo Ham into play.
Adam,
That
you
was for
require
back-to-back
56.
wins.
5 missed darts for the match.
16.
Smith-Neale might be tasting
Ricardo
defeat after
Require
all.
5.
Single for double, and he's got a marker.
Game shot out.
Absolutely brilliant.
Ricardo.
That was not part of the plan, but he has taken out the big dog with a double-double finish. And look at the amount of emotion that you get from Ricardo when he beats a former world master. Absolutely nothing. So it is his second win of the day there. And Adam Smith-Neale loses by 4 legs to 2. His first defeat.
This is what we've seen so far on this Thursday afternoon. Ricardo Ham got the better of Adam Smith-Neale before the break. That's the first defeat of the day for the big dog, but the big dog really is David Pallett, and he really is getting his claws stuck in to this Group C. A 4-0 win against Richie Edwards means that he's 3 wins out of 3, 6 points to his name, and this is how the table looks. Pallett top of the table on 6, Evans, Smith-Neale and Ham on 4, and Barnes and Edwards yet to pick points up so far today. Well, next week is the final week of qualification through to Champions Week in Series 11, and Sam Mulliner has more details of the players that are going to be taking part.
Week 12, and only one more chance to qualify for Champions Week. Series 2 winner Raymond Smith makes his return for the first time in 2.5 years. And this time, he's bringing company. Kai Smith will be making his Super Series debut as they become the first father-son duo to play in the same week, but there's stiff competition. Also making his debut, Cameron Carolison, one of the finest players from South Africa. WADC and Women's Week champion Gemma Hayter wants to get her hands on the trophy. As does Danny Van Tripe, the International Pairs Week champion. David Davies returns to the Live Lounge as he looks for a 3rd consecutive Champions Week appearance. But one man stands in their way. The Dutch destroyer Vincent van der Voort makes his long-awaited Super Series debut. And he means business.
Yeah, the final week's worth of qualification sees Vincent van der Voort make his long-awaited debut. But the biggest news is that the lineal champion Raymond Smith is to make his return. He picked up the trophy in January 2023 and he's back to try and see if he can retain it. Cameron Carolison, South African qualifier from the ADG, will be here. Graham Jenkins, the son of the great Terry, is going to be here. Danny Van Tripe is looking for his second time, but his first on an individual basis. Gemma Hayter, the WADC champion in Group B. Charlie Martin could be the name that goes under the radar a little bit. Having a really good year is Charlie. Kai Smith, son of Raymond, will be involved. Dean Finn, who played very well the last time. And Scott Bannerman makes up the list. So that's what we've got to look forward to next week. And there is plenty to pick the bones of. And we'll do that whilst we watch Lee Evans and David Pallett duke it out in our 10th game of the day. For Pallett, he's looking for 4 wins out of 4, and he has had an irresistible touch so far today. 3 wins out of 3, and he's hardly broke sweat, really, if the truth be told. As for Lee Evans, it's been a case of 2 good performances, a ropey one in the middle, but he's the one who's looking to make that charge in the final couple of rounds worth of fixtures. But if David Pallett wins this one, he moves himself on to 8 points, and you could make a case and make an argument that his match against Adam Smith-Neale at the end of the day could be a little bit of a free hit for him.
I can see what you're saying there. Well, based on what he's done so far today, he's been the classiest operator.
125.
If you can find a little bit more of that against Evans here, and against Smith-Neale a little bit later on in game 14, there's no reason why Pallett can't have a clean sheet.
57.
That week 12 lineup is rather impressive, isn't it?
Who stands out for you? I think I have a feeling who you're going to say.
Pa Reinen.
Hey,
he's an old friend of mine from Sweden. He used to play for Sweden at the World Cup. He's been running a very successful dart shop in Scandinavia for some years now. And if you've seen old pictures of Pa,
100.
He doesn't look like that anymore.
I was having a chat with Steve West last night, and He was saying to me that some of the Scandinavian players that
100.
have won through qualifiers, because he was having a look at the darts Atlas list to kind of see kind of the qualifiers that are coming in the next series or so, and there was 3 names from Denmark and Sweden that stood out for him, and he was one of them.
125.
He's always been a very tidy player. Be interesting to see what he brings next week.
133.
Pallett hasn't really been in trouble at any point today. He has been
59.
coasting at this
They require
very
58.
attainable level. But I just wonder if Evans is about to find his best portion of the day.
38. David, you require
Well,
106.
Pallett could take this out with 2 treble 20s and tops or something different. If he'd gone 60 bull there, it would not have shocked me 1%.
60.
Well, he wouldn't have been the first player to
He
have done that in
required
this
20.
building. So 2 tens for Evans
Game
to
shot on
take
first leg. Liam.
the opening leg, 1-0.
Isn't it
Second
great that
leg,
Ray
it's
Smith's
David
coming
to
back
throw
next week as
first.
well?
Game on.
It's been a long time since he beat Matt Clark in that final. And went back to Australia about 45 minutes later.
I remember as soon as we kind of wrapped up and we went off air, I'm outside the front entrance,
60.
shaking Raymond's hand, and there's a load of people outside saying, Ray. He's gone, guys, I actually have to get back to the hotel. I've got a taxi coming shortly.
57.
The ultimate Super Series smash and grab. It was a great job. He played so well that week.
Oh, at that time, he was
45.
playing some ridiculously good stuff.
Correct. He was seen as one of the best players outside of the tour card system. And we saw him earlier this year when he was in the
99.
country. And he said he would return when he's ready. It's taken him a little bit of time to get back to where he wants to be, but now that he's ready, he is a huge threat.
92.
Not just for next week, but for the whole thing.
And we're beginning to see a trend of week 12 being good for players here at the Super Series. Scott Taylor won
100.
from a week 12. We've seen other players get to a Champions League final from a week 12. I think for someone like Raymond, and particularly and you know better than me, the way tournaments are played in Australia, you play a lot, don't you, in a short space of
100.
time. I think the 12-13 split could really suit Raymond.
Yeah, there's a lot of round robin to knockout format darts in Australia because you have to travel such vast distances. So to make it fair to the players, that's what they've
60.
input into the system. It just makes a lot of sense.
And I think the name that go under the radar next week is going to be Danny Van Tripe. And he shouldn't go under the radar. He's a quality operator.
Don't forget about Cameron Carolison.
140.
He's a serious player.
I'd make the argument probably the best qualifier we've had yet from the ADG.
That's because he is.
That is not a debate.
85.
Don't poke the wolf.
David, it requires 64.
Don't poke the wolf. Pallett took this out earlier in 2 darts. Okay, it was a bad dart. Forget about it.
48.
He wasn't able to put
They
it right.
require 100.
Evans looking for Evans above, otherwise known as tops.
80. David, it requires 60.
He will be thinking in his own mind he should be 2-0 up.
Game shot on the
That's
second
not gonna be
leg.
the case.
David Pallett. Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
There we are, one apiece.
You know when someone's a little seasoned in any sport, when they start to get grey hair. Just goes to show how long Dave's been around.
140.
He's only 35 years of age. It's not old in darting terms at all.
100.
He won on the Challenge Tour in 2022. But he's been around a long time. I'll tell you how long Dave Pallett's been around. He played at the first
55.
ever and only European Tour event in the United Kingdom. He played at the UK Masters in 2013.
100.
Am I right in saying that was won by our friend John Part?
It was won by John Pott. Who did he beat in the final?
Stuart Kellett.
Indeed.
96.
Played in this building, the pair of them. Haven't seen John here for a while. Mind you, he's a busy guy. And David Pallett is busy hitting all the right things at the right time.
Do you want to know the reason why I remember Pallett being involved in that tournament? He did beat me in the first round.
85.
But it's a game I'll never forget
David,
because we both
121.
averaged exactly the same. And that doesn't happen very often. He's got the treble.
93.
He hasn't got the double.
Lee, you require
If Evans doesn't take this,
125.
he'll be feeling quite aggrieved. He's not going to take it out. What could have easily been 2-0 to him
87.
in the next 2.5
David, you
minutes
require 28.
could be completely turned around to a deficit.
So double 14. 2 sevens. And Evans watching on. Hopefully,
14.
and that hope has sprung eternal
Lee,
for
you
him.
require 38.
He must be wondering how he's got this opportunity, but an opportunity he's got nonetheless.
He's going straight for it. This is the time where you've just got to go for it. If it's underneath, it's never going to get there. If it's slightly high, it's got a chance.
19.
I applaud that. He's missed it.
David, you
At least he
require
gave it a
14.
chance.
So Pallett double 7. And this really is a get out of jail free card here.
How much can he see?
No score.
That's so ironic.
Lee, you
That's so
require
ironic.
19.
Alanis Morissette should have written a song about this leg.
It's like a traffic jam when you're already late. It's like winning the lottery, but you die the next day.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Evans.
Evans 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg against David to throw first. Game on.
Why do I get the feeling you were singing that into a hairbrush when you were a kid? How is Evans 2-1 up all of a sudden? What a weird game this has been. We started it by talking about who's coming next week.
58.
Evans starts strong. He gets reeled in. He should be behind. He's in front. Sometimes darts doesn't make sense.
Well, Pallett shakes his head in the background.
140.
He knows that he should be streaking clear. This should be an opportunity to go 2 clear in the match, but he's been pegged back and now finds himself chasing Evans. But beginning to reel him back in again.
You can also see from the equipment that Pallett uses, he's not someone who fidgets with that equipment very often either.
60.
In all the time I've watched Dave play and played against him, he's been using equipment just like this. Notice how he hasn't gone to the moulded flights yet, because he doesn't want to. Having said that, neither does Lee.
129. David, 123.
So 123 for Pallett, for 2-2 for parity again. 6 darts from here.
He obviously doesn't like 13s on 63. Second time today, he's gone for 17s. When he's got that number left.
$58.
If we get a chance
David,
this week, we'll have to
required
ask him why doesn't he like treble 13 on 63.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David
Surely it's got
Pallett.
nothing to do with double top, because if you get a single 13, you could always use 10 to get the
Lead to throw
tops.
first.
Or maybe he just likes double six.
Routine 13 data there, 2-2.
That's a measure of how good Dave Pallett can be. A routine 13 data.
Now then, would you like the answer to today's Tungsten teaser?
Why not?
How many players who played in the Super Series in 2024...
That's 2024.
Yep, 2024. Made it through to the quarterfinals or better in one of the two Players' Championship events this year.
Can I give my answer?
You can give your answer.
I think it's 5.
And you'd be correct to say 5. Because the 5 players that made it through to the quarterfinals or better, Jimmy Van Schie made it through to the quarterfinals of Players' Championship 22. Sebastian Białecki won Players' Championship 22. Cam Crabtree got through to the semi-finals. Bradley Brooks, the next day, got through to the semi-finals. And Justin Hood got through to the quarterfinals in Hildesheim this week. So that's your Thursday afternoon Tungsten teaser all sorted.
People winning at those tournaments, it was always going to be a story.
34.
The window of opportunity for people to go and get a victory on the PDC Pro Tour. I'm really glad that Sebastian and Jermaine won, because it highlights when you take a big chunk of the top tier out, so much can happen. Careers can change. Lives can change. If you look at where Jermaine and Sebastian are in the race for the World Championship now, my word, it's changed their season.
And look, for players like Sebastian particularly, it gives them a heads up in the race of things like the World Match Play next year, because that's the first tournament that goes on to that particular ranking for
That's correct. Yeah, fair point.
96.
And also, a lot of comfort for Minehead at the end of the season. Anything but comfort here. Pallett's left what we think is a comfortable double, but does he get a look? He does not.
Fifth leg, Lee Evans.
Evans with a killer finish. Great recovery after a bad first dart.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Sure to be stated, those events for players hanging around the periphery of the tour card race, not having the big guns there, just gave them a little bit of breathing and probably gave him a bit of confidence. Actually, I've got an opportunity here to win some games and maybe help my position in the rankings.
Do you know there were some people who said, I'm not really sure why there's a ranking tournament right after the match play?
140.
Professional sport doesn't stop. If you're in the match play and you make the later stages, just opt out of the next two. You don't have to play everything. 57. You just have to plan your diary accordingly.
It's also very interesting having a look at the tour card race. It was a good week for the likes of Keen Barry, just keeping their neck above water. But you look at the provisional end of year and the first year tour card holders that are banging on the door. Nico Springer could end the year world number 65 provisionally. Bradley Brooks, world number 68 provisionally. Karol Sedlacek, 72. Białecki, 75 come the end of the year.
What's funny is that Sedlacek might make the top 64 after 1 year, after not making it the previous 2 years.
140.
It's kind of funny when you think about it in retrospect. What isn't funny for Dave right now is the prospect of losing this game 4-2 when he should have really been 2-1 up
140.
and coasting.
They require 86.
Based on what we've seen in this game, what's going to happen is Evans won't hit this, Pallett hits his, and we go the distance. Right or wrong?
61. David, it requires 68.
And I think Lee Evans knows what's going to happen next, because this has been the story of the game so far. One opportunity goes a-begging, the next one is got. The next one is got, and we go all the way. As a matter of fact, It's the first game today that's gone all the way.
7th and final leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
If there's one modification that Dave Pallett needs in his new dart shirts, he needs a shorter right sleeve. Because every time, he's just hiking up the right sleeve. And do you know who was the first person to say that in professional sport? The former
100.
PGA champion David Toms. He won in 2001. And that was an era where all the golf shirts were quite baggy. And somebody asked him a question, if there's one thing he could change in golf, what would it be? And he said,
58.
I'd make these darn golf shirts with one sleeve shorter than the other because I've got to keep hiking it up before I swing. But look at Pallett. Half dart shirt, half singlet.
What is that, the old football shirts back in the day? You look at some of those kits that were worn in the Premier League back in the 1990s.
Yeah, they deserve to have shoulder pads.
Do you remember that one Norwich City wore that looked like a bus seat?
94.
I think it might have been the goalkeeper shirt that...
Oh, the one that Brian Gunn used to wear.
Great goalkeeper he was.
55.
So good that Chelsea are thinking of signing him. They've signed everybody else.
137.
Who's going to get the signature on this game? We didn't have a clue at the start. We didn't have a clue in the middle. We've had a match start from Evans. And we still haven't got a clue as we get to the end. That's how good it's been.
Well, it keeps things very interesting because it will keep Pallett on 6. It will move Evans on 6. Smith-Neale could move on to 6, as too could Ricardo Ham. So we could put ourselves in a position here where the top 4 players are tied for the lead going into the final round of games. But that relies first and foremost on Lee Evans winning this one. He'll hope to have 6 of 167. But beware...
102.
David Pallett hasn't yet had a Tub Plus checkout. But now would be a good time to start. Now really would be a good time to start. It's double top for the match.
134.
That would have been a very fitting end to what has been an enticing game. It might be the only dart he gets for the match.
Evans gets one more match start. One more opportunity to win it on double 18, but it moves inside. And Pallett from here will be looking to do the biz. He's had to ride on the coattails of Lee Evans missing darts at double in this game. That trend continued into the final leg. And just like the rest of the contest, when Lee Evans missed, David Pallett hit. A 4-3 win means that his 100% record stays intact, and it is he who is very much the man to beat. Tail of the tape there to be seen. Nothing really to separate the players in either department. Coming up next, Ricardo Ham takes on Johnny Barnes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion,
the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
I think it's important to send the message, though, that whatever happens in Rising Stars Week, they are not under any pressure from anybody around here, and they shouldn't be from anywhere else, to go and do what other people have done immediately. They have to follow their own path.
Slightly more diplomatic thoughts of Paul Nicholson there as we look ahead to the inaugural Rising Stars Week here at the Super Series. We've been talking a bit more in depth about it once the live darts concludes here. That'll be at around about 6 o'clock. And there's plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Group B gets underway tonight from 10 o'clock, and then all roads will lead to Saturday. Steve Beaton's already there. Who's going to join him? We'll find out over the course of the next couple of days, and the final week's worth of qualification gets underway on Monday morning. Our next game is a meeting between Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes, and that's going to be live here on Pluto TV. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, to download the app. It's available via the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. You can follow us anywhere on the move, on the go, anywhere in the world, which is a Pluto TV associated territory. So please do download the app from your applicable app store, or if you're watching on your smart TV, you can put a star next to the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, and that will mean that we'll head to the top of your list when it comes to channels that you want to view on that particular platform.
First leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
It's Ricardo Ham to get us underway in this one against Johnny Barnes, and he looking to make it onto 6 points against Johnny, still looking for that elusive first win. But I've got to say, I've been really impressed from game 2 onwards with Ricardo today.
100.
One of these two really needed to stand up at some point today. It seems like that person is Ricardo. His last win
81
against Adam Smith-Neale, even though it was only an 82 average, all of his shots were timed very well.
43.
As for Barnes, I think it's good that he's had a bit of a break since losing game number 7.
60.
Lost to Lee Evans, and Lee played really well in that game. They had 3 consecutive ton plus finishes, and they were big ones as well.
60.
But 3 defeats from 3 doesn't make for good reading. If he can somehow get out of today with 2 wins, he would still be in amongst it, but only
41.
just. He's got Edwards in the last game of the afternoon.
60.
And he's got Ricardo right now. Could have been worse.
95.
Well, from this point onwards, Barnes has got to express himself, but the space has been created in front of him in the league table.
98. Ricardo, you require 101.
But 101 here with Ricardo Ham. And there's 101 for Ricardo Ham that was on offer.
Johnny, you require 140.
Johnny did beat Ham yesterday by 4-0. Look at this.
Game
Look at that.
First leg, Johnny Barnes.
This guy has had
Second leg is Johnny to
a
throw
stack
first.
of really good
Game
finishes
on.
today. He might not have any points, but he has got a few highlights.
125.
He may not have any highlights up top, but he's got them on the dartboard.
$100.
That's a seriously impressive shot. Seeing more and more people on 140
85.
go for treble 20 and tops, which does make sense. You got people on 100 who go single 20 tops. Why not do it when you've got a treble?
140.
It's a prudent play, and it paid off for Johnny. And go, Johnny, go.
125.
No, Johnny, no.
Well, unintentionally leaves himself for 166.
Hence the no. Well, he's going to join him. He's on 166 as well.
More bogeys than in Dick and Dom's bungalow.
You didn't think about that one, did
41.
No, I thought it through, and then I forgot at the last minute, where did Dick and Dom reside?
You meant to say more bogeys than Top Gun. But you've never seen Top Gun, have you?
Never seen Top Gun.
I have no comment.
138. Johnny, have 125.
That's an interesting lead from Ricardo. You didn't mean to get treble 6 there to leave double 14, but you'll take it.
57. Ricardo, you require 28.
Double 7. Dave
14.
Pallett had so much trouble
Johnny
with double
requires
7
68.
in the previous match. I was going to say, surely Barnes leaves tops again.
48.
This time he can't get it with
Ricardo,
just the one dart.
require 14.
Well, Ricardo Ham made a pig's ear of the previous visit.
Game shot on the
But
second
makes amends there to break back. One apiece.
We've missed a trick.
Third leg, it's
You know, a
Ricardo
pig's
to
ear
throw first.
is a
Game
dog
on.
treat.
Is it?
Should have fed him to Adam
60.
Smith-Neale earlier. Yeah, pig's ears are very good treats for dogs.
140.
That's a saying I don't know anything about.
85.
Why is making a pig's ear of something a bad thing?
I'm going to assume I don't know. Shall we have a look?
83.
I'm going to use my friend ChatGPT.
$100. $83.
It's not as interesting as you think.
Oh, that's a shame.
So, to
60.
make a pig's ear is a mid-20th century phrase, and it means completely, to quote this, to completely botch something up and make a complete
140.
mess of it. This is first found in print in a 1950 edition of the Reader's Digest. If you make a pig's ear with the
100.
first one, you can
55.
try the other one.
It's not very clear, is it? This could be.
Game
Very
shot on the
clear
third
indeed.
leg, Johnny Barnes.
His third tops of this game.
Fourth
He's only
leg,
won
it's
2 legs.
Johnny to throw first.
If he'd found
Game on.
tops 4 from 4, he'd be 3-1 up.
So, as Johnny Barnes piles in
180.
his first 180, the first 180 of the contest. Now looking to
134.
really make a move in this contest. Now, actually, I've just had a look at the Cambridge English Dictionary website. To make a pig's ear of something is an idiom, UK informal. To do something
78.
badly, wrongly, or awkwardly. So he's made a real pig's ear of that bookcase he was supposed to be making.
Well, we get that premise, but I want to know
100.
who started it. As in, somebody just came out one day and said, "Oh, you've made a pig's ear of that." I can imagine what that person said to him. Well, what did you say that for?
Now,
180. Johnny
It's amazing what catches
161.
on.
I might have something a bit more for you, but I'll delve into it in the next
65.
leg.
Ricardo, you require 109.
Does that mean we can call you Delve Boy? I like this.
91.
But Ham does
Johnny
not like
require
that.
96.
Barnes on 96 for a 3-1 lead. Double 8.
80.
He's had plenty of shots. In
Ricardo
fact, enough to
require
win this
80.
game already.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ricardo.
It's all tied. And this fixture might be going as close
Fifth
as their
leg, it's
first game
Ricardo
of the
to throw
week,
first.
which
Game
had Ham winning by 4 legs to 3.
2 apiece in this one. Now, I've
41.
managed to dig a little bit deeper. And it goes back to London rhyming Cockney slang.
85.
So,
Okay, now you're starting to talk sense. That's
so the phrase likely originates from the idea that a pig's
100.
ear is not a valuable part of the animal, similar to the proverb, shall I say, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
100.
This proverb means you can't make something of high quality from inferior materials.
180.
I couldn't agree less. Because any decent cook knows
100.
that the stuff you throw away, you can make amazing stuff with. So, when somebody leaves scraps on the floor, and this is a sports metaphor,
140.
somebody leaves scraps out there, you've got to take them and make something wonderful from it.
Anyway, shall we talk about this
60.
incredible leg that Ricardo
Ricardo
Ham is
require
having?
40.
Because he's left tops after 12 to go 3-2 up.
Game shot
It is
on
an
the
incredible
fifth
leg.
Ricardo Ham.
The more I look at his darts as well, the more I'm intrigued
Sixth leg is Johnny
to know
throw
how
first.
old they
Game.
are. They're so old that they still have
60.
on the center cylinder of the grip pattern, in very faint writing, the grade of tungsten.
140.
It's actually got it written on there. They just don't do that anymore. They
55.
haven't done it for years.
$100.
He is one cool cat, isn't he? Doesn't show a great deal of emotion. Seen more emotion come out of RoboCop.
60.
Is Ricardo maybe another example of a player that now he's had his first time here, he's come back a second time, we see a better player
81.
as a result?
You know what I'm going to say next. Who followed that blueprint? Marvin van Velsen. First time here, you thought, okay, he can play, obviously.
76.
Wasn't that good. Second time he came, absolutely revolutionised.
60.
And around about similar time, I think it was
Ricardo,
about a year from first to
125.
second appearance of Marvin, and it's been around about the same distance between Ricardo's first and second appearance. I remember the last time he was here with
83.
Connor Scott. And Connor Scott was doing some incredible things that week, such as averaging 120.
95.
Now, it's
Ricardo
not quite been
require
that kind of
42.
stratosphere here for Ricardo Ham, but he's on the cusp of wrapping up a 4-2 win. If he can find double 10, and find double 10 he will. A 4-2 success for the Dutchman. That puts him on to 6 points, and after losing his first game, is now 3 on the spin and is very much in play, very much in the picture, and that very much his best performance of the day. First average in excess of 90, 4 from 11 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, Richie Edwards takes on Adam Smith-Neale.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ricardo Ham got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, we're going to see Richie Edwards take on Adam Smith-Neale. Game 12 of our session, the final match from the 4th round of games. And for Richie Edwards, well, looking to get his first leg on the board as well as his first win on the board up against Adam Smith-Neale, who won his first 2 games today. 4-2 against Johnny Barnes, 4-1 against Lee Evans.
First leg is
Lost
Richie
his last game, though,
first.
against
Game
Ricardo Ham by 4 legs to 2. He's just beginning to push on a little bit now as Ricardo. 3 wins on the spin for him. He finds himself onto 6 points in the group. We can
34.
have a look at the group standings in this Group C as we get underway in this one.
96.
David Pallett at the top, 8 points. Ricardo Ham, 6 points, second position. Lee Evans and Adam Smith-Neale both on 4. Johnny Barnes and Richie Edwards both
140.
without a point so far during today's action. And for Adam, without being cool to
135.
Richie, but he's kind of been picked out now as the player that you kind of have to get your points against now.
21.
I actually think that's the right way to put it. Because if other people are beating Richie into the ground, it's your darting responsibility to do the same.
180.
And if you give a dog a bone, he's either going to chew on it or bury it.
47. Adam, you require 90.
Make up your own sentence after that, your own metaphor. That's Smith-Neale.
50.
I think he'll know in his heart right now and in his head that he should win this match. Unless, of course, Edwards starts to figure this out.
59.
Which we hope
Adam,
he
you
does.
require 40.
So tops for break of throw.
20.
Snatched that last one, didn't he?
He threw that one way too quick. I think he's the only person who's ever played on the Lakeside stage with a crutch.
29. Adam, you require 20.
I can't think of another one.
No, nor can I.
Double 5.
15.
He's getting cornered.
I'll never, ever forget the bit of punditry before that game was played, because Martin Adams was doing some guest punditry for
43.
Eurosport that week. Now,
Adam, you
we
require
all love
5.
Martin. We'll wait for this to go. Madhouse.
3.
Not to be. Edwards
Richie,
128
require
to
128.
get his first leg on the live loud stage. Not to be, but Smith-Neale's left himself on the madhouse and could leave himself
40. Adam, require
jeopardised as a
2.
result.
That marker is incredible.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's got away
Adam
with that one.
Smith-Neale.
He didn't even hit the marker. He's got away with
Second
the leg
leg,
as
it's
well.
Adam
That
to
could have
throw
been
first.
a bit of
Game
trouble.
on.
But as it stands, it is 13-0 for Edwards. 13 legs played, no legs won
99.
yet. My point with Edwards is darts is hard. That may seem a bit simplistic, but if you look at the Pro Tour, our good friend from the Netherlands, Denny
95.
Alderkulter, he played in 20 Players' Championship events this season without a win.
81.
For a long, long time this season, he's been the only person without a single victory on the tour in a ranking match. And then yesterday, he would win his first round game
140.
against Jim Williams by 6 legs to 5. And what did he go and do? He made the last 16 by winning 2 more games after that.
42.
So don't tell me that sporting momentum doesn't exist. Because if Edwards was to get his first win, he's more
59.
likely to get a win after that.
$123.
Denny would ultimately lose to Mervyn King, of course, in the last 16. One of the players who's played here in 2025.
But not 2024.
79. Adam, you have 156.
156 for Smith-Neale to open up a 2-0 lead. Another one of them. Yes, double 18.
120.
He's rushing that
Richie
last
Rick,
dart for some reason. I don't know
128.
why he's doing it. And Richie's not going to take out 128. He
88.
did take
Adam, you require
Adam
36.
11 darts to take the first leg.
Game shot on the second
It takes him
leg.
2
Adam
this time, so
Smith-Neale.
that's really bad news for Richie.
Yeah, going back to that story
It's Richie
that,
to throw first. Game on.
about when Adam did play at Lakeside. Now, Martin Adams was doing punditry for the broadcast that you and Mace were working on with
46.
JR. And I'll never forget that Martin was asked by the presenter, Nat Coombs, well, how do you fancy Adam's chances? Well, you know,
100.
Martin's, and I love Martin a bit. His response was, well, he's playing some really good darts, but I think he's got a bit of a problem. I'm not sure
55.
whether he'll play his best with a crutch on. It's just one of my favourite bits of punditry I've ever heard. And I love Martin a bit. But it's just such a Martin
140.
thing to say.
He had a point.
He did. Commentated here in the past, hasn't he, Martin? Commentated on the first
40.
ever Champions Week.
you could say that Wolfie is the biggest
41.
dog. Is it classified as a dog or wolf? Lot bigger.
85.
If you've ever seen a wolf in real life, you'll understand that they're a lot bigger than they seem.
59.
I can confirm that a wolf is a type of dog, more specifically a wild dog. They are both members of the same species, Canis lupus.
135.
Proving the point that
Adam, you're
Wolfie is the
161.
biggest dog.
Well, that first dart wasn't necessarily the worst in the
61.
world there for Smith-Neale, because it
Richie
just brought him back to an even
140.
kill to leave himself on a ton. If Edwards can't find this.
60.
He's got
Adam,
that
you
60
require
surrounded.
100.
If Smith-Neale gets one, could be 3-0.
And I think 2 in hand would be better for him as well, because there's been a release with the last dart when
Game
going for a double.
shown the
There's no
third
issues with
leg.
that.
Adam
That's a second
Smith-Neale.
ton plus checkout of the day for Adam Smith-Neale. The 107
Full flag against Adam
he
to throw
found
first.
earlier on in the
Game
day. That now coupled up with a ton. The double break accrued. He's 3-0 up, and if the truth be told, looking very comfortable.
140.
And the last thing you want to make Adam is comfortable. He is not shy when it comes to having a lead.
40. $58. $85.
Just needs a few little victories here, does Richie. A few good visits. Knit together a leg win.
123.
And then remember what you did to get there. And then replicate it.
$41.
Just looks a little bit lost up there right now. He had a dart blocking the treble 20. And he stayed there. He's just not playing
100.
a good execution game here. But as for board smartness, I don't think it's quite there either. This is smart. Much better.
134. Adam, you require 80.
For this to wrap it up, he goes tots directly. But couldn't
60.
hit emphatically.
That was a little bit of flair from Adam.
$64.
Now he's looking
Adam,
for
you
the last
require
bite of
20.
the apple.
2 10s.
Game
Double 5 is
shot
found,
of the
and Adam
match.
Smith-Neale is
Adam
back in the winners
Smith-Neale.
enclosure. He also finds himself on 6 points, and it's going to be incredibly tight going into the final round of fixtures. He has a chance to end the day on 8 points, level with David Pallett, and that would be by beating him. That's the tail of the tape there, but the last round gets underway with a meeting between Ricardo Ham and Lee Evans. So we've played 4 rounds worth of matches, 1 left to go on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Adam Smith-Neale get the better of Richie Edwards by 4-0. Ricardo Ham beat Johnny Barnes by 4-2. And David Pallett make it 4 wins out of 4 with a 4-3 success against Lee Evans. Ham against Evans, Smith-Neale, Pallett and Barnes Edwards rounds the day off. This is how the table looks. David Pallett top, 8 points to his name, 4 wins out of 4. Adam Smith-Neale and Ricardo Ham with 6 points apiece. Lee Evans on 4, Barnes and Edwards yet to make an indent so far. And they go head-to-head in the final game of the session. Before that, we got Ham and Evans and Smith-Neale against Pallett. On your darting Pallett. And this the first of 2 sessions that we have for you this afternoon. We'll be back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Group B will begin. Myself and the Asset will be poised up in the commentary gantry to bring you all the action from that.
I am really, really keen to see what happens in Group B over the next couple of nights, because if Jensen Walker's watching this right now, if he thinks his passage straight through to Saturday again is guaranteed,
game on.
Anything but. Jamie Atkins is dangerous. Jim McEwen has been for years. Quantock is streaky.
60.
And he knows plenty about Jurjen van der Velde. He's going to have to switch on the next couple of days just to make sure he's on Saturday, and that's a bit of a battle cry.
Now, you actually look at the lineup of players that are in play this evening. McEwen, weekly winner, series winner. Walker, weekly winner, series winner. Quantock, weekly winner. Chris Quantock has also won a week. The only player who's not won a week in that group is Jurjen van der Velde. And in his defence, he's on his debut and he's made a World Youth final. It honestly could be, and I say this very lightly.
100.
This could be an all-time of a Group B. And I expect tonight, I'm going to put it out there right now, I expect somebody at some point tonight to post something in excess of 105. I think it's going to be a special night. I think the conditions will be perfect. I think the tempo of play will be perfect. I just think everything is set up for a really good session this evening.
Not the ideal first start for Lee.
31.
Well, try and find the bright side. He's on a 2-darter. So it could have been worse.
100. Lee requires
His opponent's on a better 2-darter, though. Still possible. But not anymore.
76.
Ricardo's going to have his tail up if he hits this shot. He won his last game with his first 90-plus average of the day. He'll be feeling good.
Game
and even better now.
Leg. Ricardo Ham.
Hamming it large is Ricardo.
Game on.
All right, are we really going to go down this route?
What, something that's very, very pernickety, very, very childish?
Yeah,
yes, of course we are.
What does he drink when he wants to celebrate something? Surely it's champagne.
Ricardo, I've never met you before.
120.
And all I can say is I'm sorry, pal.
I thought you were going to start quoting Four Winds and a Funeral there.
I've never seen that film.
You've never seen anything.
That was the... Was that the one with I feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes?
98.
Yes.
Love is all around me and so
yes,
the feeling
that's the
grows.
One. Before you start getting all karaoke minded. Don't do it, Henry.
It was in Love Actually as well, wasn't it?
Oh, you're doing so well. You're thinking about Hugh Grant. He was in both movies.
I've seen a scene of that film because it was on BBC One once and I decided to turn it off. Match of the Day 2 was on the other channel.
120.
Oh, Lee, what have you done?
Ricardo, you require 100.
Has he just left this a little bit too easy
60.
for Ricardo to
Lee,
double his
require
lead?
152.
Imagine if he found another treble. He would have been on a two-darter. This one he can't save. In Ricardo's previous game, he was at 4 from 11 on the doubles. I wonder if that would be good enough. That kind of ratio to get him over the line here. So far, he's better than 4 out of 11. This is 2 from 4. 50% so far is good enough, and it might just be good enough to get him over the line in this one. He looks the most confident of the two.
100.
And I've got to say, just judging by his body language and the way he's going about it, he could play another 4 games tonight. He's played 5 games, and he looks as if he has hardly broken sweat yet.
60.
His throw reminds me of someone. It's a slightly quicker version of Magnus Karras.
I had a bit of Zoran Lurchbacker in my head.
Does Zoran know about that?
100. $121.
I can see where you're coming from. Zoran, a former Players' Championship finalist on the Pro Tour.
$81.
Now, this is getting a bit scarce for Evans. He hasn't had a daughter to double in this game. And I sense
100.
that was a big 20 followed by another one. He knows exactly where he stands. And if he's like any of the other Dutch players that we all know here for the Modus Super Series, that was a calculated ton.
He is a very, very sensible player, is Ricardo. Looks like the next thing Lee Evans is going to do is find some dinner off of Ocado. Because his day could be coming to an end very, very quickly. Tops for 3-0, 13 data, best leg of the game so far. Average of 100.2.
Yeah, this is his best performance of the entire week.
Game on.
This is why he's here. If he finishes this game in this kind of form, the one thing he's done today is he said to the entire world,
60.
This is why I'm here. I didn't just get an invitation. I've proven why I am here.
140.
He's not relenting. If he walks away with 8 points, the way he's played today, he's going to be trouble. He's going to be a contender.
95.
+9 as a leg difference if he wins this leg. He would put Lee Evans on -1
140.
with 4 fewer points. Evans can't leave a finish.
140.
It's all in the hands of Ham.
$80.
Well, Lee Evans will probably look back at today with a perhaps sense of what could have been.
100.
For Ricardo, he has made best use of today after defeating his opener. He has really
100.
put his foot on the
Lee,
throttle. And to be fair, his
106.
only defeat so far was to an average of 105, give or take.
Yeah, good point. Can Evans save his skin? Tops.
86.
That may be the end, because the way that Ham's been finishing in this one is going to be roast pork with gravy.
21.
But the gravy cannot be drizzled on the
They
plate just
require-
yet.
20.
Double 5. Needs to go.
15.
He's had problems on double 5
Ricardo,
all
you
day
require
long.
20.
To wrap it up, 2 10s. Double 5. To complete a 4-0 win.
15.
Match darts are coming and are
Lee,
going.
require 5.
And that is 5 of them. He's doing the Dimitri Vandenberg in the background there. I think Evans might be doing exactly the same thing. He knows how close that was to busting the score.
Game's
Take it
on
and
the
run,
full
Lee.
flag.
Take it and
Lee
run.
Evans. Fifth flag, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Maybe a bit of an insight into how Ricardo was feeling right now when he was starting to press his palms to the floor. That's a humanistic sign of trying to calm down. Trying to massage it in a zen. If anybody has been zen today, it has been him.
The coolest man in the house.
60.
So session 1 and 2 will be back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Group B gets underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. All builds up to Saturday's crescendo when we're going to see Lead Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton in the building.
140.
I didn't know he was French.
You'll be with us.
I'm just looking through the results from the European Tour qualifiers today. Dimitri Vandenberg didn't get through either of them, which is unfortunate for Dimitri. Interesting summer ahead he's got before things return. There will be more Players' Championships in about a month.
81.
Yeah, good win for Victor Tingstrom against him earlier on today. Just beginning to get used to life on the Pro Tour. This for 4 wins out of 5. Double top. Magnificent. Wonderful from Ricardo Ham. Well, sometimes a slow start to the week doesn't exactly measure the rate of success. And for Ricardo Ham, he has reset and rebounded beautifully on this Thursday. And that 160, a real parting shot from the Dutch star. A 4-1 win, a best performance of the day against Lee Evans. Smith-Neale and Pallett comes next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV as usual. And that's our Group C table for Week 11. We're coming to the end of day number 1. And Ricardo Ham has finished his campaign today on 8 points, as you can see. Lee Evans has done so as well. But he's going to be 4 points behind going into their first game of tomorrow. And we do have Adam Smith-Neale coming up against Dave Pallett, who could finish the day with a clean sheet. But before we get into that game, Henry Deacon has hot-footed it downstairs to get a word with Ricardo.
Ricardo, many congratulations. 4 wins out of 5 for your day. And after that performance from David Pallett, you must have been very pleased with the way things ended up.
Yeah, I'm happy to play good the last game. So, yeah, against David, it was the first game, so you have to prepare for the first game, but it's going well now.
Was it about just putting that game to the back of your mind as quickly as possible?
Yeah, you have to do that. So, or else you don't gonna play good the next game, and yeah.
It felt really steady throughout the course of the day. What was the most pleasing part of your performances? Was it the scoring, the finishing? What pleased you the most today?
I think the scoring, but the finishing too, because when I'm at tops and I throw the single, then I know it's gonna be in my head. So the tops is a really thing for me.
Nice little finish to finish the day off, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a nice finish. So because I got 3-0 up, and then I'm getting a little bit nervous. So I am happy. I'm happy.
2 tomorrow. What do you feel like the task has got to be to get yourself through?
I don't know. Every day is a different day. So. I have to prepare for every match. So,
well done today. We shall see you tomorrow. Ricardo, many congratulations.
Yes, thank you, mate.
It was really nice to see Ricardo Ham there having a big smile on his face by virtue of that 160 finish to finish his day. Now, imagine if you're a dart player at any level. Just imagine if you've got an assignment for a daily campaign like he's had over the last 5 hours or so. You can't really envisage a better way to finish your day than something like that. We have seen people have bigger finishes than that to finish a campaign. We've even seen a 9-darter to finish a Group C daily campaign with Adam Mould.
But
you can't ask for much more than a 160 finish.
Game on.
So he finishes on 8 points for the day, and he will take on Lee Evans in his first game tomorrow, which will be the 3rd game of the day. This fixture will be the 2nd of tomorrow.
100.
But before we get there, we are going to have Barnes against Edwards next. They've been cut adrift, both on 0 points after 4 rounds of play.
92.
But this one has connotations. Smith-Neale wins, he goes to 8 points. He would join Pallett and Ham.
100.
But if Pallett wins, he has the lead overnight.
99.
Having that 2-point buffer over Ricardo and 4 points over Adam
27.
Smith-Neale. That could give Pallett just that little bit of wiggle room to stay in the top 2 for the rest of this group.
140.
Something else as well, as Henry joins us back in the commentary booth here after speaking to Ricardo. If you've won 4 from 4,
78. David,
there's nothing else going through your mind apart from I want 5 from 5.
Well, it almost feels like a sliding doors game in terms of this group for David Pallett. Wins this one, then he's set himself
105.
pretty fair to qualify through to Saturday's final, but he knows if he loses this one, then he finds himself
77.
sucked back into the race, because
David,
he'd be
you
joined on
require
8 points by
65.
Ricardo Ham. You'd have Adam Smith-Neale just behind him on 6. He'd be his first opponent tomorrow. So you can very quickly go from a good result, putting you pretty much there in terms of qualification,
55.
to the other side of the coin
Adam, you
being,
require
actually, I'm in a bit of
190.
trouble here. Smith-Neale 119. Double 20 tops. Tops it is. And that would have been for
79.
third ton plus check out of the day.
Require 10.
He is not throwing that third dart the same as the other two. It's happened too many times for it to be an accident. So
Game
well
shot the
measured from
first leg,
Pallett.
David
Lovely dart for
Pallett.
double 5 and an initial break in the first leg. Plan
Second
A
leg, it's David
executed.
to throw first. Game on.
I needed a break at some point in this contest, and he has found that break in the very first leg of the match, and now has the opportunity to really motivate. Now, this is one thing you'll see about David Pallett that maybe you won't see about other players. His switches to the 18s.
Big fan of it. Big fan of it.
59.
Just because somebody else has a way of winning a 5-1 leg doesn't mean you've got to do it. The start of any leg is about getting as many points as possible. After 6 darts, you want to be in a number where a big score can leave a finish.
58.
He has done so. 273 can be taken in 5 or 6 darts.
Well, let's just have a look at Adam Smith-Neale. We're watching the side-on split cam view here. And
6.
just have a look at Adam on dart 3.
His entire body's moving forward. This is probably the biggest bad habit in the entire sport. As a species, we are obsessed with what's next.
140.
As dart players, we are no different to that. Look at his body. He's walking on it.
83. David,
The left foot is coming off the
73.
floor. 2 8s for Pallett.
Game shot on the second leg.
No
David
trouble
Pallett.
whatsoever. And this is the Dave we saw in the first game of the day.
So like it's Adam to throw first. Game
Ruthless. A bit like his flights.
58.
Well, looking to bookend the day with strong performances and perhaps on the cusp of 5 wins out of 5 for the day.
140.
How good a 140 is that? That's someone who knows the angles of what they can use and what they can't.
55.
He's got Smith-Neale firmly on the back paws. Here we go again.
92.
So after 6, he leaves 269. You can leave a finish from that number. If he's in a position after 3 legs
95.
where 18s don't yield a number that can be left with a maximum on a finish, it doesn't go there. There's been a lot made of Littler
99.
and some other players in this modern generation. They're at the forefront of leaving numbers like 341, 344, 350. There were
38.
some players before them.
David, you require 106.
Pallett is one of them.
Well, it's partly down to the attention this sport gets. Now, he's not going for this.
140.
Really? He wasn't going for it, and he leaves double 15?
He likes double 15.
95.
That was the
David
world's
requires
thinnest
30.
argument.
See? Loves it.
Game shot on the
13 darts
third
at 3-0.
David Pallett.
Yeah, it's a bit like Littler. He loves double 15 as well. He's the only person who's
Full
had
flag,
2
it's David to
nine-darters on
throw
double
first.
15 now.
Game on.
Look at that. Graduated improvement. Sensational. 44 darts for 3 legs. And there he goes on the 18s again.
92.
So, by virtue of what we spoke about in the previous leg, what number does he want to leave here? Minimum.
84.
The answer is 310.
Because on that point, Tom Forty leads himself on the big fish, which he's not going to go for.
No, but he has the caveat to 310.
59.
Originally, you're thinking he'll go 19s on dart 2, get a 60 with dart 3, leave 310. If he'd found 97
100.
to leave 312, 145 can still leave a finish. So he's treble 20, single bull, which is 25. Here he needs the lot.
140.
I've been hanging out with too many Americans, calling it single bull.
28.
If Smith-Neale is not careful here, he's going to get absolutely battered.
94.
So 116 for Dave Pallett to get this done in real short order.
120.
Fair play to Adam. That's a
David,
really good recovery.
116.
Gets him to a finish just in case, but it may just be a little bit late.
$88. Adam, you require 164.
So 164 for Smith-Neale to stay in the contest. Another one of them. Does not go. And so
101.
Pallett
David, you
to
require
complete
28.
the perfect day. Looking at double 14 to cap off. Double 3.
22. Adam, you require
The
63.
first dart at double 14 was close. The second one was, and the double 3 was not. That was
23.
close. It moved the wire.
David, you require 6.
This is not an easy shot for Pallett.
Double 3 to round off
No
what
score.
would have been
Adam, you
a
require
5-star day, and all of a sudden Adam Smith-Neale is still in proceedings here. Double 10.
40. Game shot on the 4 flag.
Still
Adam
alive.
Smith-Neale.
But for how long? Do those 6 darts miss for the match?
5 flag, it's Adam to throw
Severely
first.
dent Pallett's
Game on.
confidence. You never want to be on double 3 for a match. You can never really attack it.
59.
He's going to have to do the hard work again, and Smith-Neale's got to break back in this game. However, trouble to score there, and Pallett with a 60, which was just sat plumb for bedfellows.
139.
Means that advantage of throw has been evaporated straight away.
58.
I'll be very surprised if Pallett leaves 302 here.
$55.
Well, you're right. He didn't leave 302. He left 307.
Very, very nearly did. But if he was going to miss the single 20 on that line, he was either going to hit the treble 5 or the treble 20.
180.
Well, Adam Smith-Neale is suddenly finding a surge. But is that surge going to be too little, too late? Because Pallett's found a couple of trebles, leaves himself from the big fish, and he's going to be left with no other choice than to go for it.
The big fish against the big
76.
dog.
David, you require 170.
That is an excellent shot.
130.
Now Smith-Neale's got to
128.
reach down deep to find this. Wasn't deep enough.
Oh, and he's bust it as well.
David, you require
That
40.
third dart was thrown in frustration, and it bust the score as a result. It could be academic anyway, because Pallett looks at tops to complete a 5-star day, a 5-star performance for David Pallett. 5 games played, 5 wins, and 5 really good performances. And there's signs and evidence that that man who's had his troubles over the last few years is just beginning to see his game move in the right direction. A 4-1 victory for David Pallett with an average of 96. Coming up after the break, one of Johnny Barnes and Richie Edwards. Well, they've got to win a game today. Who's it going to be? We'll find out next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Well, back to the Modus Super Series. One final game to go in this Group C. And it is a meeting between the bottom 2 players as Johnny Barnes takes on Richie Edwards. These two yet to have picked a point up so far in this group. But somebody's going to have to win a game here. Someone's O has got to go. And somebody at around about 5 o'clock on this Thursday will be the tea time conundrum that nobody wants, and that's to be a pointless answer
First leg, it's
on this
Johnny
day
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Well, it feels like the chase is already over for these two in terms of qualifying through, but it certainly would be a tipping
100.
point for the loser of it.
I think you're right. I think their race is run. Just imagine if you do have 2 points overnight.
131.
You're still going to be 6 points behind Ricardo, 8 points behind Dave Pallett.
55.
Considering what's happened today, I just don't see it. Even from 2 points. We have seen
54.
it before. But maybe from players who are more likely to pop.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny was speaking so positively at the beginning of the day, wasn't he, about things? And he didn't play badly in his Group A campaign, average of 85.5. It's not bad at all, but
44.
it almost felt like after that first game against Adam Smith-Neale, that just kind of set the tone for his day. He's
94.
taken a couple of points off of his overall numbers, and he's been punished for taking those points off his numbers.
If anything, he has been slightly improving as the day goes on, but the improvement hasn't been steep enough.
Johnny, you require 112.
And the problem is the improvements that he's had has also corresponded with the opponents the improvements his opponents have had.
92.
So he looks at tops that goes just underneath for the opening leg.
$41.
3 of his 4 games
Johnny
have yielded a very
20.
big checkout.
Game
That's
shot
not
the
massive,
first
but it
leg.
is still
Johnny
a
Barnes.
17-darter. Nice and steady. He's
Second
taken out
leg is
150,
Richie to throw first.
146, and 140 today, all in different games. And you don't do that unless you can play this game at a very high level.
Well, he is
45.
the ADC UK #1. It's Johnny Barnes. Not the first time that John Barnes has been a UK #1.
180. $60.
And he's carrying on. But Dart 5 goes a begging.
Do you know that town that is really
137.
close to Darlington called Hartlepool?
Yes.
You know how Jeff Stelling used to bring out this doll? Whenever you mention that song
54.
from 1990, you do the dance that James Brown does. You don't have to.
122.
Oh, now I've got that song in my head. There's only one person who's going to be feeling good after this one, though.
98. Johnny requires 62.
Potential 11 darter here for Johnny Barnes. Oh, double 4.
58.
I'm a big fan of that route. That's very much a Ryan Searle, Gary Anderson thing to do. The only problem with it is that if you get that treble,
121.
you might leave
Johnny
yourself on
requires
something
4.
small like this.
No score.
Does Edwards break
Richie
his
require
duck
123.
in his 5th game and in the 2nd leg of said game with a ton plus checkout?
Could turn out. It may be as easy as 1, 2, 3, but it cannot find the treble 18. And so
91.
Barnes
Johnny
back
require 4.
for double 2 to double his lead. 2 2s for 2-0. 2 2s it
shot
is
the
for
second
2-0.
leg.
Edwards
Johnny
denied an
Barnes.
opportunity at double 16. In fact, just having a look at
Third leg, it's Johnny to
today
throw first.
altogether, he has had 13 darts at a double, and he hasn't had a dart at a double in his last 2 games as Barnes piles in a max. He's playing superbly here.
100. $60. $60.
He's been hit with some big scores and some big finishes today, has Johnny Barnes, but he's the one who's doing all the hitting right now.
100.
It's interesting that the back of Barnes' shirt has got something to do with aviation on it.
140. Johnny Rock 161.
Darlington is actually very famous for trains. Because one of the first
65.
ever steam train journeys was from Darlington. If you've ever been to a train museum in North Shields in Tyne and Weir, that's something you have to know.
Johnny, you require 96.
Well, it's full steam ahead here for Johnny Barnes. Doesn't take out the 96, but he's going to leave himself
Richie
from double 8 if
108.
Edwards cannot find the 108. 90 left. He's looking for the Shanghai, not able to get, and so
52.
Barnes looking
Johnny requires 16.
2-8 to 3 zip.
Game
Finds
on the
it.
third leg.
3-0
Johnny
Barnes, and he is looking irresistible right now.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is really good. Considering he had a 17 darter in the first leg, he's continued that consistency all the way through this match. And if Edwards does not win this leg, it's going to be 20 legs played all day. And he won't have won any
85.
of them.
Yeah, this is... it's been a day which, for Richie Edwards, he'll probably want to put to the back of his mind a little bit. He would have enjoyed the experience. He would have enjoyed the fact that he's been able to play in front of the cameras, but you almost get a sense of you feel sorry for him a little bit come the end of it.
140.
As a player, you don't. As someone from the outside, of course you do. It's like you said earlier. You've seen 4 other players beat him 4-0. It's your responsibility to go and do the same.
This is a gladiatorial sport. You've got to beat your opponent into submission.
83.
We're not here for sympathies. We're not here for a jolly old game of, oh, okay, I'll give you one. Oh, that'd be nice. No, this is gladiatorial.
81.
Painting quite the picture there, Henry.
99.
It's 94 for the victory. Edwards is going to be on a finish.
100.
And it will be a slightly easier one.
Require 94.
For the match, double 8 to complete a 4-0 win for Johnny Barnes. He's going to end his day with a win against Richie Evans, who actually put his best performance of the day there, but still, it was not to be for him on his debut day. A warm embrace between the pair. It's been a tough day for Richie Edwards. A 4-0 defeat, unfortunately for him to end it off. Barnes a 4-0 winner. We'll have some reaction analysis from David Pallett, who's one step away from Saturday night, and you could be here on a Saturday night. Take a look at this. Well, that's how you can be here on a Saturday night. David Pallett has done his chances of being here on Saturday night. No issues whatsoever. A perfect day for Pallett on the opening day of Group C. That's what we saw towards the end of the session. We can have a look at the table and confirm everything that we have seen today. David Pallett completing the card. 5 wins out of 5. Ricardo Ham, the best of the rest. 4 wins for him. Anna Smith-Neale with 3 wins. Lee Evans with 4 points. Johnny Barnes won that last game against Richie Edwards, who was unable to pick up a leg in the opening day's worth of action in Group C. But it was a day that was dominated by David Pallett, and he joins myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio to reflect upon it. David, first of all, many congratulations, and it's fair to say from that first game you started as you meant to go on.
Yeah, I felt a little bit nervous, to be fair, for the first game. It was the first time back in a couple of months. But yeah, everything just seemed to go. And then, yeah, a bit downhill from then. But I got the wins, and that was the main thing at the end of the day. So, yeah, happy with that.
What we saw from you throughout the course of the day, is that the best that we've seen from you on a stage like this for quite a while now? Yeah,
I had a couple of years off. It's taken me a good year to get back into playing some decent stuff. But I feel now that I'm probably playing some of the best darts of my life. The last 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks doing tournaments, I've been doing some really, really nice stuff. It didn't quite happen all throughout today, but no, I was happy with the chances I got, the chances I took, and some of the scoring. Found it a bit difficult up there to reach the 20, but it's just one of them things that, I'm happy with the results.
If we're going to be perfectly honest, we didn't quite know, because we haven't seen too much of you on TV. We didn't really know kind of what we were going to get from Dave before dart was thrown. Well, he kind of showed us straight away, didn't he?
Absolutely. It's great to see, because Dave's such a great player. And earlier in the season, obviously picking up 2 WDF titles, that was great to see, because like you mentioned, he had a bit of time off. But isn't it funny how we tend to get this from people who have a great start in their career, they're all guns blazing, and then life takes over for a little bit, a great deal of perspective happens, and when they come back, they have a little bit less pressure on their shoulders from themselves. At least that's how I see it, anyway. Dave's only a young man. He's still looking at the best years of his life as a dart player. It's very encouraging after what we've seen today.
How important has those kind of events on the WDF circuit been for you, just to kind of get your confidence and kind of get your game back?
Yeah, the WDF's been brilliant, to be fair. I've played some good games. I've played some ropey ones as well. But again, it's just winning. It's just winning breeds confidence at the end of the day. And obviously yourself will know that as well. No matter how you're playing, if you're winning, you're going to be confident. I haven't played fantastic all year, even when I've been winning. But I've been winning. And the last couple of months, I've been playing really well. But yeah, hopefully that transpires into some better results tomorrow. But
has it been a case then for you? Because obviously we've seen everything that's happened over the last few years. Was it a case of kind of beginning from a scratch basis and then taking the small wins, taking the small bits, and just kind of building a bit of a jigsaw puzzle to the point where you're here now and you're looking very competitive in environments like this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had a couple of years off, moved to Lincolnshire with my family, and then we moved back into, obviously, the Midlands, Coventry. And it was literally, like you said, it was just start from scratch. I played Super League again for the first time in 3-4 years. We've got a great team. Jensen, obviously, is playing tonight. I'm play with him on a Thursday night as well. And it just made me really enjoy my darts again. Set up a youth academy as well in Bedworth, and that's what really ignited my love for darts again. I wasn't playing at the time when I set that up, and seeing all the young kids and how excited they were to play darts and how much they were loving it, I was like, you know what, I need to get back out there and show them actually what I can do, because none of them knew me, which was fair enough. I haven't done anything in years, but yeah, I thought, yeah, you know what, I need to show you what I can do and what I'm about. But no, that's the reason I sort of got back playing again. This is not the first story we've heard of somebody actually, because of other people and other influences, actually been the kind of spark. I know we've spoken to Dave Wazowski in previous times, and actually his academy that he has down in London has kind of been the ignition switch for him to go again.
It's that saying, isn't it? The children are our future, but if you're of a certain age, there's no reason why you can't be the future as well. Listening to what Dave's saying about starting from scratch, you've got to really be a dart player who's done something at some point. It might just be someone who's done great stuff locally. But if you take time off and you haven't touched a dart for a year, 2 years, when you first grasp it for the first time in a while, it will feel completely alien. So you have to start from scratch. You've got to put in those hours to get that familiarity back. And that is a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to crack. But when you've got that inspiration in front of you with all those kids, there's a little bit of inside of you, and that flame still flickering, saying, you know what, I can do that. And you've got to put in those hard yards to be able to show that. And Dave's done it.
He was smiling behind you through every single word that you said there. Dave, we'll have another quick chat with you in just a second, but I want to talk to Nico about ham. Ricardo ham.
Right.
What a pig. What a pig.
That could have gone anywhere. Lost to David with that 104 average in his first game, but from that point onwards, he played some real steady stuff, didn't he?
I'm actually going to blame Dave for this, because I think there's a thing in this sport, especially in round-robin play. If you play the strongest player, and we can say that in retrospect, obviously, but if someone shows you the standard, then you're more likely to follow it. So when he's seen Dave throw that, he's thinking, what am I going to have to do to get a win today? So he came back in his next game, he improved, then he got better and better and better as the day went on. And I think Dave's shown him the way, and he's shown exactly what he's capable of. I thought he played brilliant today.
In terms of yourself, when you have a look at that group and the way things in terms of the league standings are placed on the first day, what kind of job do you feel that you got to do tomorrow to give yourself the best possible chance of qualifying for Saturday?
I've basically got to do exactly the same again. You take nothing for granted. Richie in the practice room was banging in some lovely stuff. I think it's his first time here, so I think he really struggled with nerves and everything up there today. But everyone in there is capable. You saw Barnes is 140 out on the two double tops. You can't take anything for granted at the end of the day. You've just got to come back tomorrow and, try and do the same again, and fingers crossed to play a bit better and get another 5 wins and secure it.
Well, it's a busy day here at the Live Lounge Report, so 2 sessions on the menu. This is what we've got to look forward to tonight. Group B gets underway. The defending champion and David's teammate Jensen Walker in action, alongside another former champion in Jim McEwen. And you look at that field of players, there's so many quality operators in there.
Yeah, I think McEwen's going to be a problem for this group. I think his pace is not going to be to the liking of anybody outside of himself, but also the fact that he's quality. Mm-hmm. And over the course of the last 18 months, we haven't been talking about Jim a lot. We've been talking about other people coming through. He won Series 5. Imagine if he was to go on and become a 2-time Series champion. Then it's unmistakable what he's done in this building. Littler gave him the trophy, and now he wants to get the trophy back.
Final word to you, David, just your overall perspective of the day as a whole.
Yeah, very happy. Looking forward to going back, get some food now, and hopefully watching Jensen tear it up tonight. But yeah, like you said, very tough group. Jim McEwen, great form. Did the double in Chelsea, so he's going to be a tough one to beat. It should be a great night on darts.
Well, enjoy your food, enjoy your darts tonight. Thank you for your company. We're going to go and enjoy some food now, and then we're going to enjoy the darts tonight. And you can have your dinner and enjoy plenty of stuff on Pluto TV, because coming up next, we're speaking about Jensen Walker. He's going to be a part of the Rising Stars Week. We're going to be previewing that in a few moments' time after the break. The darts returns from 10 p.m. this evening. Jim McEwen, the former champion, alongside the defending champion, in action for that. Steve Beaton is already through to Saturday night's finale here on the South Coast. Still looking for that first weekly title here at the Modus Super Series, and he will be hoping that Saturday night will be all right for flighting for Steve Beaton. And Vincent van der Voort is going to be one of the big names in action when Week 12 gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30. But it was a clean sheet for David. He got all the right cards, all the right chords. It was a perfect Pallett for David. We'll see you later.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Yeah,